Alright, in today's video we're going to build this project. We're going to have a light theme and a dark theme, and also the project is very responsive as well. We're going to use React Router to transition to other pages. Okay, we have the about page with sales section, review section, and we have the resume page. In here we have a nice resume section with progress bars and a timeline. And then the portfolios page, we have some portfolios with the filtering system. We can filter everything, and we have a nice have animation as well. We can go to external websites if we click one of these links. And with the blog section, in here we can put as many blogs as we want. Alright, and then finally we have the contact section. Alright, so okay, but there's no backend for this contact section. I think we can do that on the some of the videos later on. Alright, so now if I go to the portfolios page and then I make my screen smaller, my screen smaller, and you can see it's responsive accordingly. Okay, and also the navbar hides itself, we can bring it back. Alright, so we're using a bit of Material UI as well for the switch icon and the brightness icon and the hamburger menu. We're using Material UI. Alright, for the resume, it's also responsive as well. Alright, and then we have the about page, which is very responsive as well. Okay, and finally the home page, it's also responsive. Okay, we can use these links to go to any website that we want. Alright, so now before we go into the project, I will show you some of the websites you can get some templates from, free templates you can just get inspiration from. So the first one is Behance. You can get some inspiration from this website. For example, if you want a website that has to do with project management, you can just type project management. You can get some inspiration from here. You can just try to mimic whatever you see here. Okay, you can type anything you want. For example, I can just say chat app, and then you can get something that has to do with the chat website. Okay, there you go. You can get some nice designs here, and also you can go color trends. You can get some colors here, nice colors. Alright, and also you have color hunt. You can get nice colors here as well. And we have this website, Specky Boy. You can get some templates here. You can get some inspiration from, and also on Envanto Market, you can get some nice inspiration from here as well. You can look for any type of websites that you are looking for. For example, if I go to WordPress, I can look for something that is to do, let's say, social networking. I can look for some templates here. Alright, and then this one is like Instagram feed, blah blah blah, and then you can just try to get some inspiration from here. I'll go to demo. You can see the demos here. You can get some inspiration. Alright, I think that's it for this introduction. So now we'll start building the project. I'll see you on the next video. Alright, welcome back. I've already created the project, but there's nothing in it. I've already done the cleanup as well. If you want to know how to do this, go back to the first section where I show you how to do the cleanup and delete unnecessary files. So now let's run the project. There's nothing. So npm start. Okay. Alright. Oops, there's something wrong inside the app CSS. With the app CSS, I've deleted the app CSS, but let me see what's going on. Oh, here we're importing the app CSS. We don't need it in here, so I'll delete everything. Alright, save and then refresh the page. Okay, so our title is showing up, Style Components inside the app.js. So now let's start by installing Style Components. So npm install Style Components. Make sure your spelling is correct. Components, like so, and then hit enter to install the Style Components. Okay, before we can use Style Components, we need an extension which is called Style-Components, Vs-Code-Style-Components. So this extension helps us with auto-completion inside our components. Okay, make sure you download this extension. Okay, let's go back. Okay, I'll start a new terminal. New terminal, npm start on a new terminal. Alright, now to be able to use Style Components, we're going to import styled from Style Components. Okay, so to be able to use this styled, we need to create some variables. Const app styled. So you notice here on the app we have a div with the class name of app. So we're going to create a div just to replace this this div with a new div from Style Components. So here we use styled. We use this styled here, the one that we've imported from Style Components, and then we're going to create a div. Alright, so in here we can do our CSS styling. Before we do that, let's copy this app styled and then replace this div here with the Style Components div. Okay, so now we are ready to do some styling. For example, if I do background color red. Okay, the app has got a background color of red. We didn't define the height of this app, but the background color is red now. Okay, if I change it to black, it becomes black. Okay, I'll leave it at red. Alright, but now we need to create a global styling to remove this padding and margins here. So to be able to create a global style, let's create a new file. Actually, let's create a new folder and name it styles. Styles in here. Inside the styles folder, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be global style.js. Okay, so to be able to create a global file, a global styling, we're going to import create. It's called create global style from Style Components. Alright, so down here, const global styled is goes to create global style. Now we are ready to do the styling in here. We're ready to do the global styling. For example, I want to do a basic page resetting. I want to give it a padding of 0, margin of 0, box sizing, border box. Alright, and maybe a font size 1.2 rem. So for the body, I can do a background color for the body. Background color of #3. Alright, now we need to export this as default because we want to import it inside the index.js. export. Oops. Export. Can't even spell default. Global styled. Actually, let's name this global style, not styled. Global style. Alright, now we've exported this as default. If we go to index.js, that's when we want to import the file above the app. So in here, we're going to import the global style from dot styles, actually only one dot styles and then global. Okay, above the app, in here we can do global style and then close, save everything, and then refresh the page. Alright, now we've resetted the browser. Our styling is working. Everything works, and I'll see you on the next video. Okay, in this section we're going to create a simple project. We're going to need some images. To get some images, you can go to pexels.com and then you can download some images, whatever images that you want. So yeah, let's start by downloading some images. For this project, I think I'm only going to get 4 images. You can get as much as you need, but for this project's sake, I'm going only to get 4. So I need some images that has to do with food. I think, you know what, I'm overthinking this. I'll just download any image, free download. And then desktop, in here, I'm going to create an image folder. Image, okay. And then I'm going to save this as food. Actually, to make it easy, I'm just going to say image 1. Alright, let's get 3 more. Okay, let's get this. Download image 2. Let's go like image 3, and the final image, just say person. Alright, I think this looks cool. And then image 4. Alright, before we can use these images, we need to resize them because they're very big and they'll affect the performance of our website if we just use them like this. Look how each image, how big it is. This one is like 4 megabytes. This one's 2 megabytes. So we need to reduce the size. So the less size we have, the better performance that we have on our website. So to reduce the size, I know how to do this on Windows, but I don't know how other people do it on Mac. And then I'll go to Edit in Windows, and then I'll go to Resize, and then Pixels, and then Maintain Aspect Ratio, make sure it's checked. And then for the horizontal, I'm going to do 1000 here to reduce the size. Alright, I think this looks better. Which image is this? Actually, image 3. Save, and then save. Now if I refresh, so the image 3, now it's 301 kilobytes, which is far better for our performance. Okay, let's do image 4. resize, maintain aspect ratio to 1000 here. Okay, and then save, refresh. 216 kilobytes. Yep, much better. This one, the second image is 4 megabytes. Resize. Alright, I'll do 1000 here. Maintain aspect ratio, and okay, still too big. Let's do 800. Alright, and then save. Remember, this image was 4 megabytes. I think now it's like 163 kilobytes. Resize. I'll go 800 with this one as well. Okay, and then save. Alright, now we have 9 kilobytes in total for the all of the images. Alright, now I think we've done the resizing of the images. I think the next stage is to start doing our project. I'll see you in the next video. Alright, I've already created the project with Create React app. There's nothing really in the project. So now let's do some cleanup. Delete everything except the app.js and the index.js. Right. Okay, delete the report vitals function. Oops. Under this function. And the CSS file. And delete everything inside the header. Okay. Now let's install some libraries that we're going to use for this project. So we're going to use React Intersection Observer. Oops. Alright, React Intersection Observer. So to install React Intersection Observer, run npm install intersection observer. Then just copy and paste here. And we also need another, it's called particle.js. Particle.js, where is it? Okay, there you go. This is the website, particle.js. This is what we need for the particles. But we need it for React particle.js. I'm using another screen here. Particle.js for React. Alright. Now to install particle.js, run npm install particle.js. And we also need React router, start components, and what else? Yeah, I think that's it for now. React router and start components, and material UI actually. npm install React router DOM and start components. React router DOM start components. Yep, we also need material UI. So it's material UI core. And we also need the icons as well. Icons. Oops. Copy these icons. make sure your spelling is correct before you hit enter. Alright, if everything is correct, just hit enter to install everything. It's going to take a little bit time, but inside the source folder, let's create the folders that we need. We need the pages folder, we need the components folder. Actually, I'm supposed to create a folder inside the source file. Components, and then we need a data folder, the new file by the folder, data, and then we need images folder. Finally, we need the styles folder. Okay, so inside the styles, let's create a new file. It's going to be a global style for our global styles using style components, global style.js. In here, I'm going to import styled, actually not styled, create global style from style components. From style components, in here, I'm going to create a global style and then create global style. So in here we're ready to do the styling for a global page. Alright, so in here I'm going to do a basic page resetting, margin of 0, padding of 0, box sizing. Actually, box sizing is going to be border box, and list style. Oops. List style is going to be none. Text decoration is going to be none. Text decoration none. Alright. In here we have the body. Before the selector, we need to define a root element. In the root element, we're going to specify the variables that we're going to use across the page. So we're using quite a lot of variables, but I'll just show you how to create a new variable. For example, if you want to create a background color, you do this background color, and then you can, let's say, give it, let's say, black. Oops. Hash 000 black, right? And then to use it inside the body, we can do background color, and then we do far, and then background color. We have access to these variables across all the styles that we do. Oops. We have access to this background color. So now let's see if our background color is working. So now let's connect the global style inside the index.js. So in here, I'm going to import global style from, actually only one dot, from styles, then global style, and then up here we just import the global style. Actually, I forgot to do something. We need to export this down here. We need to export as default. Export default global style. Okay, now save. Let's run the project. So it's npm start. Alright, moment of truth. The background should be black. Alright, now it's black. Background is black. And then if I change the variable to a different color, let's say red, the background should turn red. So we can just update everything here. Wherever this variable is being used, it updates automatically. Alright, so now I'm going to paste all the variables that we're going to use for now. I might add more later, because I don't want to waste your time creating variables and the colors that we're going to use. So this is the whole thing that we're going to use. Alright. So for the background color, I'm going to give it this dark background color here. Background dark color. This is our main background color. Save. Alright, voila, now it's working. Alright, I think that's it for this introduction video. I think we are ready to get started. Actually, before we do that, we need some images actually. So some images, we can get them from Pexels. That's where you can get some images, but I'll leave you to it. You can just find any images that you want. But on the next video, I'm going to have some images here. You can put whatever images you like. Alright, I'll see you on the next video. Alright, we're back where we left off. So before we go any further, I'll go to Figma. I'll show you the overall layout of the website. So this will be like our sidebar. It's going to stay on a fixed position, and this is where our main content will be, but we can scroll on this page, but the sidebar is going to stay on a fixed position. Okay, so let's start by creating a sidebar. Alright, I'm going to create a sidebar component inside the components folder. Sidebar.js. I'm going to create a functional component. Down here, I'm going to create a new variable, const sidebar styled. This goes to styled.div, and don't forget to import the styled from style components. Alright, copy the sidebar styled and replace the div. Alright, now for the sidebar, I'm going to give it a width of 16.3 RAM, a height of 100 VH, background color is going to be far. Let's go to the global styles. I'm going to get the sidebar dark color and put it inside the far. Oops, I didn't copy it. Alright, what else? Okay, now actually we need to give it a position of fixed as well. Position fixed, and then save. Oh, I forgot to render the navbar. It's supposed to be rendered inside the app. Sidebar. Alright, make sure you import it up here. Save. I don't know why it's not coming up. So save this sidebar here. For some reason it's not coming up. Oh, it's there. Position fixed, background color. Oh, it's supposed to be like this. Alright, now it's coming. We have a sidebar. Okay, inside the sidebar, I'm going to create a div, actually a nav. I'll create a separate component for that. It's going to be navigation.js. Okay, so inside the navigation, I'm going to create a navigation style. Navigation style is goes to styled.nav. Style.nav, and then in here I'm going to create a few divs. Avatar, image, the source is going to be avatar, and then ul.navItems, and then li.navItem. Alright, in here we need something from React Router, so I'm going to import nav link from React Router DOM. React Router DOM, yep. And then down here I'm going to do a nav link. Alright, 2 is going to be this is going to be a home, not com, but home, and then home, and we need active class name. Active class, actually I'll name it active class. Before we can use this nav link, actually we need to import the avatar. Import avatar image from image avatar. These are the images. I've already download the images that I'm going to use for this project. Avatar.jpg. Alright, so before we do anything, we need to go inside the sidebar, navigation. Alright, inside the index.js, we need to import something. We need browser router, so we need to surround this app with browser router. So it's browser router. It's coming from React Router DOM. Copy and then surround the app with React Router. Browser router, I mean. So don't forget to import browser router from React Router DOM. Alright, save, refresh. Alright, now we have our avatar image and the links. So inside the navigation, okay, in here I need home, active class. Okay, let me see if I click the link. Does it go to home? Yep, let's go to home. Now copy this a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then after here we have about. This goes to about. Resume, portfolios, blogs, and then finally we need the contact section. Contact. Alright, after the UL, we're going to do a footer. So inside the footer is just a simple paragraph, really. It's going to be at 2021. You can name it whatever you want. I'm just going to say yeah, you can name it whatever you want, or you can just say my portfolio. You can put your name, whatever. Alright, now this is what we have. Okay, inside the navigation we have a display flex, justify content, space between, oh my days, between, flex direction, column, align items center, this is a height of 100%. All right. Okay, now let's do the styling. So inside the navigation styled, select the avatar class. Down here, go and select the avatar. It's going to have a width of, I think I'll give it 80%. Let's see what 80% looks like. With 80%, and then inside the avatar we have the image. Image is going to have a width of 100%. Okay. %. Border radius 50%. And the border. So if we go to global, we need border color. So border 8 pixels solid. And the border color. Okay. So this avatar is going to have a border bottom 1 pixel solid, this same border color. Alright, actually width is supposed to be 100%, and then the image will have width of 80%, like so. Text align center, and then every center. So the image is going to have a padding. Top and bottom is going to be 2 rem, and then left and right 0. Not the image. The avatar. Let's see. Okay. I think padding of 2 rem is too big. I'll just leave it for 2 rem for now. We can customize later if we need to customize anything. Alright, now let's go to the side by itself. We need to actually give it a border. It's going to be this one. It's going to be border right. Border right. So it's going to have a small border here, but it's going to be 1 pixel though. 1 pixel. So now we have a nice border here. Now let's go to the links. Nav items. Select the nav items. After the avatar, then do the nav items. Alright. For now, I'm going to put this on another screen so I can see when I'm styling to make it faster than switching back and forth. Alright, I'll bring it a bit later. So the nav items, li, it's going to be, we have a display of block, display block, and then inside the li we have an anchor tag, which is the nav link. We're also going to have a display of block. Right, before we go any further, I forgot to add the font color. Not a font color, actually the actual, I forgot to add a font with 100%. 100%. All right. So now let's I'll bring it back. I'll bring back the page. Now we need a font color. Not a font color, I mean a font. Nonito. The one that we need is Nonito. It's from Google Fonts. Select from 200, extra light, light 300, regular 400, and semi-bold 400. Copy this link, paste it inside the public index down here, paste. Now we copy the font family, copy the global style in here. I'll put the font family. Alright, so in the body, our default color is going to be what did I name it? It's going to be font color. I think the light one, font color light. It's going to be our default color. Actually, we need to do var. Alright, this will be our default color. Don't know why it's not changing. Font light color. Okay, below the body, I'll select an anchor tag. Say font family, inherit, and then color. Inherit as well. Let's see if that works. Alright, that works. So I'm going to target the all of the elements. I'm going to give them a font size, a default font size of 1.2 rem. This will be our default font. Font size, inherit. Alright. I think this image is way too big. We need to reduce the size of the image so we can have a bit of space down here. Sidebar. actually it's in navigation, the image. I do 70. Padding top and bottom is going to be 1 rem. Alright, I think this makes a bit of sense. For the footer, we're going to reduce the font size. Nav items, let's do the footer here. Footer, and then inside the footer we have a paragraph. I'm going to give it a padding of 1 rem, top and bottom, left and right 0. Okay. Font size is going to be 1.1 rem. For the footer, we're going to have a border top. 1 pixel, solid. I think you already know what I'm going to put here. Border color. Right. Give it a width, 100%. Okay, I think we need to give it a bit more padding here, top and bottom. Let's try 2 rem. Yeah, I think 2 rem works fine. P display, block, text align of center. Okay, text align of center. Yeah. Now let's work on the links. So they have a display of block. I'm going to give them a subtle padding top and bottom. Padding is going to be 0.3 rem, actually 0.2 rem. Left and right 0. Just a subtle, yep. And also on hover, I want to give them a cursor pointer, and then a background color. Background color. Actually, you know what? On this link, I'm going to, on this anchor tag, do an after pseudo element. You know, before pseudo element. What's going on? Before content is going to be empty string. Position is going to be absolute. Top is going to be not top, actually bottom. Bottom 0, left 0, 0. Alright. Inside the anchor tag, I'm going to give it a position of relative. Here, I'm going to give it a temporary width of 1 rem actually. 1 rem, and a height of 1 rem. Height, this should be 100%, not 1 rem. It's temporary for now, just to show you. Background color, it's going to be red. Okay, yeah, now we have the before pseudo element right here. So if I increase the width to, let's say, 50%, There it is, covering 50%. Right. So I'm going to start on width of 0 and a height of 50%. Alright. When I hover this anchor tag, hover, and then I want the before pseudo element to have a width 100%. Height 100%. Now let's see. Yep, now it's working. So now let's do some sort of a transition. We need to use a cubic Bezier to give it a transition. Okay, so it starts fast and then it goes slow at the end. Or if you want it to start slow and then it goes faster. Yep, I think this looks fine. Then I'm going to do a transition here. It's going to be 0.4 seconds. 0.4 seconds. It's going to be 0.4 seconds. Oops, I didn't copy the value. Copy. And then paste here. Let's see. There's no transition after all. 1 second. Let's try easiness out. I don't know why the transition is not working, but let's see why. Cut it out from here. Try to put it in the before pseudo element. Alright, now it's working. Now let's do the cubic Bezier. Can't remember which values I've copied. Alright. Okay, I'll try to give it a Z index of 3 and then the anchor tag a Z index of 4. Let's try 10. I don't know why it's not giving it a Z index. Anyway, never mind, because we actually are not going to use the full opacity of this before element. So we're actually going to use a different opacity. Alright. So for the color, background color, it's going to be like this opacity here. Nope, still not working. Okay, hold on. I need to go to Figma and reduce the opacity this main color here. Oops, where is it? Alright, here let's decrease the opacity. I think 0.26%. Okay, so in here on the beforesud element, I'm going to give it an opacity 0.2. I'll give it 0.21 for now. Alright, I think that works. Now let's change the color. If I got the global styles, I need the primal color. Navigation, and then yeah, the background color is going to be far, and then primal color, and then save. Yep. Or you can change the transform origin to bottom, or you can change it to top. Alright. Alright. Now that's done. Now let's do the active class name. Remember, inside the navigation we have this active class. Copy this active class. It's inside the nav items. Inside the nav items in here, the active class. We want to give it a background color, far, primary color. Alright, now we have active class. Okay, this is what it looks like on full screen. Alright, I think we're finished for this sidebar. I will see you on the next video where we're going to do the main content here. Alright, that's it. See you next video. Okay, now let's start working on the main section here. After the sidebar, I'm going to create a class. It's going to be MainContent. Okay, so this MainContent is going to have some styles down here. MainContent styled. It's going to be styled dot main. Alright, so copy this main content, replace the div. Okay, so the main, what's going on? Styled is not defined. Don't forget to import styled from style components. From style components. Alright, so for the main content, it's going to have a position of relative width, and margin left 16.3 rem, remember the sidebar size, mean height of 100 VH, background color, let's do red for now. Alright, this is our main content section. So inside the pages folder, create a new page. It's going to be homepage.js. It's going to be a functional component. Alright, inside the homepage, const home page styled. It's going to be styled dot, it's actually a header, style.header. Okay, let's remove this distracting background color. Components. Where did I put this? Oh, it's here. Okay. So for the homepage styled, it's going to have a width of 100%, height 100%, actually 100 VH, uh, 100 VH, and then what else do we need? Yeah, I think that's it for now. Now let's do the content. So for the content, I'm going to have some particles inside the home page. So before we do that, inside the app, inside the main content in here, we need to do something first. I'm going to add some lines. We need 4 lines times 4. It's going to be dot times 4. Alright, we have these lines. Copy the lines class inside the main styled. Go to lines, position. It's going to be absolute, mean height 100 VH. Okay, and the width of 100%. Okay, so now I'm going to select each individual line. So line 1, line 2, oops, line 3, line 4. They're going to have a width of 0.4 m. It's just temporary. 0.4 m. A mean height of 100 VH. Background color is going to be red. It's temporary. Red. Alright, then we have our lines here. They're going to have a display of flexible flex, justify content, space evenly. Okay, so there we have our lines here. Actually, I'm going to reduce the width of the lines to 1 pixel and the background is going to be var border color. I think that's what I've named it. Alright. I think the opacity may be a little too high, but we'll see as we go on. Okay, now we finish the lines. Now we need to do the particles. Actually, to be able to do the particles, I'll import some code that I'll show you how it works. So inside the components, create a new file. It's going to be particles.js. Alright, in here I'm going to copy and paste some code. Alright, I'm going to explain what this means in a minute. Particles. Alright, so let's go to particle.js website. Alright, so this is the particle.js website. So we've installed the particles already. So these are the particles, and then here we can tweak the values. Here we can change the color, we can change the number of particles, we can change the density value area, we can do all sorts of things here. So it takes a little while to customize to what you need. So I've done that already. So this is the code to do the customization. So if you go to, for example, if I go to CodePen, if you customize your particles in here, if you go to CodePen, I mean, not CodePen, and then you can still see your values that you have customized. You can copy some of the values here, but it takes a while to figure out what you really want. So I've done that already for you because it takes a lot of time. Alright, so these are the properties of the particles. Okay, and then we're importing function. It's going to be particles. We're importing particles from React.js, from React Particles.js. Alright, so we're importing particles right now. If I go inside the home page, I'm going to create a new class name. Actually, a new class name, yeah. P particles JS. Don't name it particle.js. Don't name it like this, and don't name it like this. It's going to override some of the styles from the particle.js library. So name it a different name. Alright, so in the home styled, in here I'm going to render the particles. I'm going to render them here. Copy this particle.js. You have a position relative. Alright, save. Now it's not showing up. I think we're not rendering the home page. So if we go to app.js, after the lines, we need to render the home page. Alright. Styled is not defined inside the home page. Okay, we didn't import styled. Okay, let's import styled. Styled from styled components. Alright, save. I think everything should work now. Okay, now we have some particles. But I think these particles, oh, I don't know why they're not working as I expect them to, because I've done some customizations, but those customizations are not working. I don't know why. Let's see why they're not working. Particles. Let me try to remove this class. Oops, they're still not working. I don't know why. Okay, I'll copy these particles down here. I'm going to do position absolute, top 0, particle JS, particles 100%. Alright, I think I'll fix these particles later. Let's forget them now. Let's do something else. They should work differently. Okay, now let's do the main content. Okay, I'm just trying to wonder what I've done wrong. But forget about the particles, we'll fix them later. Okay, make sure they have a position of absolute and the home style is position of relative. That's 0. Alright. After the particles, let's do the main touch typography. Alright, inside the typography I'm going to have an h1 and a span. Okay, a span is going to be lorem ipsum hi I am lorem ipsum hi I don't know, and lorem ipsum, yep. And then below we're going to have a paragraph, lorem 20, what? Lorem 20. Okay, after the paragraph we have icons. We're going to have icon Facebook. Then we have GitHub, and then we have YouTube. Okay, and here we're going to import a few icons. Facebook icon from @material UI. @material UI icons, it's going to be Facebook, and then we're going to do GitHub icon. After GitHub we have YouTube icon. GitHub, YouTube. Alright, down here Facebook, we're going to do a Facebook icon. GitHub, we're going to do a GitHub icon. Oops, GitHub icon. YouTube icon. Alright, save. Alright, there we go. Now let's position this to the center of our page. typography, position, absolute, top, 50%, left, 50%, transform, translate. We're going to have -50, -50 to send everything. Get everything centered now. Okay, inside the typography, I can do text align, center. Okay, I want all of the H1s to have a white color, global H1. Font size is going to be 3 rem. Let's see what it looks like. I think 4 or 5 rem actually. Too big. 4 rem. Yeah. I don't know why this span is not changing, but it's inside the H1. I don't know why it's not changing. The font size. Actually, I'll do this. The span inside the H1. Span should have, yeah, some font. The color is going to be white color. And for the span, I want it to have primary color. All right. I'm going to change the width of this main container here. Home page. Actually, it's typography width. It's going to be 80%. Yep, I think 80% is more like it. I'll add a bit more text here. Rem 5. Yep, makes sense. After the paragraph, I'm going to do style the icons now. You know what? I'm going to give them same class. Actually, they all need something in common. Icon. Alright, I'm going to select the icons inside the typography. Icons. What's going on? Oh. Icons, and then in here we have icon border. 2 pixels solid. Border color. should have a display of inline block. Okay. Actually, I'll do flex, display flex, and then align items, center, justify content, center. The icons are also going to have display flex. Justify content, center. Alright, now let's give these icons a bit of padding. So it's SVG icon and then SVG. It's going to have padding 1 rem. Don't know why it's not working. Let's do this. Margin 1 rem. Okay, I think that works. Border radius. Okay, I think the margin is way too big. Give it a 0.5 rem. Yeah, makes sense. And the icons are going to have a margin top 1 rem. Okay. I'm going to give them a bit of a margin. So I don't want the last child. I don't want the last child to have that margin. Last child, not last child, to have the margin. Margin right 1 rem. Okay, we're good to go. Cursor pointer. So if I hover, when I hover each icon, I'm going to have a background color for, it's going to be our primary background color. Primary actually this hover is not supposed to be on the icons themselves. Yeah, they're supposed to be on the, whoops, never done. Yeah, they're supposed to be, this hover, the background color is supposed to be border. It's going to supposed to be, how much did I give the border? 2 pixels. The border is going to have a primary color. And the icons themselves are going to have a color of primary color. Alright, makes sense. Now let's give them a transition. Everything is going to have a transition of 0.4 seconds. Ease in, ease out. Okay. You know what? I forgot something. These icons are supposed to be, they're supposed to be links. This cursor pointer is not supposed to be in here. Oops. What am I doing? Is in, is out. Cursor pointer is supposed to be in here. These icons are supposed to be links. They're supposed to take us to external websites. Change this to oops, I'll change this to an anchor tags. Okay, we're going to have an href. So if you want to send this icon to an external website, you need to use HTTPS so you can send it to external websites. So I'll paste this link here, CodePen. And then down here we need an href as well. Same as down here. Oops. Href is going to be alright. Now save. Alright. Now it takes us to external websites. Good. Alright, everything works as intended. You know what? To spicy things up, I'm going to give this have different colors. For YouTube, I want to make it red. YouTube, what did I name it? It's icon YouTube. Copy the icon YouTube. It's below icon YouTube. Border 2 pixel color. YouTube on hover. I want to have a color. For this one, instead of using a variable, I can just do red. Actually, I left something else. We need that border. Red. And red. Alright. YouTube is red. I'm not sure what color of GitHub. I think main color for GitHub is purple. GitHub. You know what? I'll just give it a purple color. Icon GitHub. Okay, I think yeah, this makes sense. I'm going to fix this these particles in next video. I think yeah, I'll see you on the next video. I'll fix the properties of the particles. I'll be back in a bit. Welcome back. I fixed the particle.js. Actually, the way I've named it before, it wasn't correct. So I think it's fixed now. So this these are the properties that we're using. Alright, so inside the home page up here, just let's give it a div, particle container, container, and then in here we're going to import the particle. You cannot, make sure you don't name it particles, don't name it like this, it should be particle. It's coming from the components. Yep. And then we need to import the particle in here. Import particle from actually it's from the components. It's going to be particle. Yep. And then save. Something wrong. Alright, everything works now. Okay, I think, yeah, that's it for this fix. I'll see you in the next chapter. Actually, on the next video, in the next chapter. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now let's work on routing the pages. But before we do that, let's update the styles for the navbar. We need to do some minor adjustments. Go to the global style. Actually, for the anchor tag, I'm going to change the font size to 1 rem. Okay. Yep, so this should be 1 rem. If I go back to navigation, I'm looking for this anchor tag. Yeah, give it a font weight of 600 and a letter spacing 1 pixel. Okay, let's increase the padding a little bit. Where's padding? Let's try 0.45 rem. Yeah. We're going to fix this error. You know, when we have on elements, the font is not that bright anymore. We're going to fix the error later. It's just a minor fix, but let's focus on doing the routing now. Alright, so inside the pages, I'm going to create like 4 more pages. So we need the about page. We also need resume page, portfolios page, blogs page, finally we need contact page. Alright, now we have all the pages that we need. Let's start doing the routing. Go inside the app.js. Inside the app.js, here's copy this home page, actually cut it, and then we need something called switch from React router. Switch. Alright, and then we need a route. It's coming from React router. Before you do that, make sure you import the route switch from React router DOM. Okay, so route path is going to be so this is the home page. It's just a slash. Alright, we want the link to be exact, So we have home, about, and then we have resume, portfolios, blogs, and then finally contact. Blogs, and then contact. Okay, now let's go inside the navigation. For the home page, it's just a slash, not home. Alright, now we are re-rendering the home component here, so we need to change the components. Okay, so now let's change the components. About, resume, portfolios, blogs, contact. Make sure they match, the names match. It's in app.js. Let's compare the names. About, resume, portfolios, blogs, contact. Alright, I think the names match. Now what we need is to render the correct components. Remove this on about. I'm going to render the about page component. About page. Be sure to import the about page component up here. Import about page from dot pages and then about page. Alright, about page, and then we need resume page. Resume page. Resume. After resume, we have a portfolios page. Portfolios page. After that, we have contact and blogs. So we have blogs first, blogs page. Blogs page, and then we have contact page. Contact page. Alright, finally, home page, about, resume, portfolios page, blogs page, blogs page, and then we have the contact page. Oops, contact page. Okay, save everything. Something's wrong. Let's see what's going on. Oh, you know what? Our pages are empty. About page. Save. Blogs page. Oops. Resume page. Okay, something is going on here. Alright. The home stays active keeps staying active, so we need to make sure it's exact. Alright, let's see what's going on. Navigation. Okay, so if we go back to the navigation, make sure it's exact. Right. Okay, now it's exact. It's working as intended. Okay, I think that's it. Now we can transition to the about page, resume page, portfolios page, blogs page, contact page, and back to home page. Alright, that's it for the routing. I'll see you on the next video. Welcome back. Now let's work on the about page. Alright, now go to the styles page, styles folder, and create a new component. It's going to be layouts.js. So in here, this is where we are going to keep all of our layouts for the whole website. Export const. We're going to create the main layout for the whole page. Main layout. So we can reuse this layout across all pages. Main layout. So it's going to be styled.div. Okay, so in here I'm going to give it a padding. Top and bottom is going to be 5 rem, and then left and right. Actually, I'll just leave the padding 5 rem across top and bottom, 5 rem, left and right 5 rem. Right, save this layout. So now let's go to the about page. Components, pages, about page. Okay, const about styled, which is equals to div dot, it's going to be a section. Actually it's supposed to be styled, and it's going to be a div. Section. All right, copy this. All right, in here I'm going to import the layout. Import the individual layout, main layout. We can do as many layouts as we want here, and then we can just export them. Alright, so now I just need the main layout inside the about page. Main layout from it's in the styles, actually, styles, layouts, and then save. Now in here we're going to do main layout. You know what, I want this about styled to be inside the main layout. Main layout. Oops. And then in here we're going to have a about page, like so. Now if I do an H1 and say hello about page, whatever, and then refresh. I don't know why it's taking ages to refresh. what's going on. About styled is assigned but never used. Oh, it's about styled, not about page. Alright, about styled. Something's wrong. I'll quit the page. I'll rerun the page. I'll cancel this. Yes, and then npm start. Let's rerun it. Oh, it's right here. Let's see what the problem is. Alright, hello from about page. Okay. Go to the about page, delete this. So before we do that, inside the components folder, let's create a new component. It's going to be title component, title.js. Inside the title, I'm going to have two props. It's going to be title and span. I'm going to have an h2 with the name of title, and then a span. Actually, the span, I'll put it inside the title. Span, and then span. Okay. Const title styled is equals to styled dot div. Okay, in here I'm going to do position relative. Copy this, replace the div. Position relative h2. It's going to have a color of white. White color. White color. Font size 3.8 RAM. Font weight, it's going to be 600. Alright, not 6,000, 600. Okay, before we do anything, let's go to the about page. In here we're going to render title component, title with title prop. In here we're going to do about me, same as this one. It's going to have about me. Alright, in here I'm going to do text transform. It's going to be uppercase. And then here we want to start the span. Font weight, it will be 900. Color, it's going to be far. Let's go to the global styles. Background light, actually no, it's going to be background light color. Do I have a nice color for this one? Let me look for some colors. I just put a fixed color here. It's just a color that I've reduced the opacity, one of the colors. Alright, so now the font size is going to be way more than this. I'll do 5 RAM. Okay. There it is. This is the span, this is the title. Is the I'm not sure what font was that I've downloaded. Okay, I'll leave it 900. Let me see if I can do this. B. Nah, it's not working. I thought it was going to make it a little bit more bold. Okay, I'll leave it like that. For the H2, it's going to have a position of relative. Relative. And then this one is going to be have a position of absolute. Absolute left 0. Top is going to be 10%. So inside the H2 is going to have an after pseudo element. Let's start with the before pseudo element. It's going to have a width of 8 rem, height 0.33 rem. You know, these values are just random values. I'm just coming up with random values. They're not written down or anything. And then background color. I want this light background color right here. Alright, light background color. This is the index for the span. It should be -1. -1 is the index. And the top, make it 20%. C index 20. Yep. All right. Now we need to do the after pseudo element. So width, we need a content position absolute, bottom 0, bottom 0. All right, there it is. I want to increase this to 12 RAM. Yeah, I think that works for me. This font size is way too big. I'm going to decrease it as well. The H2 is going to be 3 RAM. Yeah, I think 3 RAM works fine. 3 RAM. 3.1 to make it a little bit. Yeah, 3.1 RAM works fine. Alright. Now for this width, I'm going to have to decrease it a little bit. Seven. 7.2, 7.3, I don't know, 7.4, 0.31. I'll leave it as it was. Alright, now we need a border radius of 15 pixels. Alright, 15 pixels for the border radius. Yep. And then we're going to copy this, the before, and change it to after, and change it to after. what we need to change is the background. So you have a primary color. Alright, save. This is the after pseudo element. Left 0, and also this one as well, left 0. Alright, now I'm going to decrease the width of the after pseudo element to rem. It's too small. 3.5. Alright, yeah, and then I'm going to give a little bit of padding on the H2, padding bottom of 1 rem. Too big. I do 0.8 rem. Alright, 0.8 rem. Yeah, I think that's fine. .7. For the span, the top, I'm going to increase it to 30%. Okay, I think that's it for the title component. Now let's move to another section. Alright, in the components, I'm going to create in the components, I'm going to create a new component. It's going to be image section .js. Alright, so for the image section, I'm going to create a new style, const image section styled equals to styled .div. Copy the image section styled, replace the div. Okay, so in here I'm going to import an image. Import, it's going to be what did I name it? Image resume from the dot image, and then resume.jpg. Okay, in here I'm going to have write content, and then left content, right and left content. For the right content, I'm going to do the image. It's going to be resume image. Okay, so for the this is supposed to be left, and this is supposed to be right. Alright, so for the right, I'm going to have something called subtitle. It's going to be an H4. Rem ipsum span ipsum. Yep, not remove the rem here. And then this is the subtitle. After that, paragraph lorem 33, I don't know. Okay, after that I'm going to have some about info. So about info dot info in here, info title. Alright, so in here I'm going to have multiple p elements. You know what, actually I'm going to, yeah, I'll have paragraph elements, p, this will be full name, age, nationality, languages, or you can use a list, an ordered list, whatever, it doesn't matter. Languages, I think I'll do work, full name, nationality, languages, age. I think I'll do location, and then finally one more paragraph. This is going to be service. All right. Okay, copy this and then remove the title, just info, name, lorem, ipsum 36, nationality Spanish, I don't know, Spanish, French, English. London, Kingdom. And then for the service, I'm going to do freelance. Alright, so make sure this corresponds, the full name corresponds to this. Okay, now let's do some styling. Let's see what we have before we do anything. Oh, before we do that, let's go to the about page. I'm going to render the image section in here. Image section, yep. I'm going to render. There you go, now you have the image section. Now let's style this image section. I'm going to put this screen on my second monitor so I can see the styling I'm doing. So for the image section, I'm going to do a display flex in here. Display. Then we go flex. Alright, after that I'm going to select the right content. In the right content, I am going to select the about info, and then we're going to have a display flex. Alright, let's see. Alright, so before we do that, let's go to the left content and style the image. It's way too big. Left content img width 90%, here width 100%. Alright, so the image section, this image is going to have margin top. Actually, margin top and bottom is going to be no, only margin top. Yeah, it has to be my only margin top. 2 rem. 3 rem. Just give it 5. Make sure everything looks okay. 5 rem. Okay. So now about actually the right content, the subtitle, we don't need this div, to be honest. Just remove the div, just leave the h4. Okay, right content, in here. I'm going to start the h4. Right, font size, I'll give it 2 rem. Color, give it a white color. White color. I don't know why it's not updating the styles inside the span, but just repeat the styles again. Remove this white color for the span. Just do the font. Alright. I think I have way too much text in here. I'll reduce the text. And then paragraph, not paragraphy. Paragraph after the h4. So after this h4, I'm going to have a paragraph. It's going to have a padding 1 rem, I think. Top and bottom, left and right 0 rem. Alright, now let's go down to the about info. Inside the about info, we have info title. Info title. Info. So this is going to have a padding of 1 rem. Left and right, top and bottom 1 rem, left and right 0. Oops. P padding, top top and bottom, 1 rem, 0 left and right. I think 1 rem is way too big. 0.5 rem, 0.4 rem. All right. The info title. This info, I'm going to give info title some padding. Padding right. It's going to be 4 rem. 6 rem. You know what? I'm overthinking this. I'll just leave it at 2 rem or 3. Yeah. Okay. I think this looks somewhat okay for now. We're still doing the styling, so don't worry. Okay. Now I want to increase the font weight of the info title. Info title paragraph font weight. I'm going to, let's say 400. Let's do 5, 6. Yep, font weight of 600. I think that works. All right. Now go to the components folder and create a new component. Oops. I'll bring the page. Okay, so now here we need a button. So we're going to create a component, a button component. We can reuse it across the pages. All right. Now let's create a button. Primary button button.js. Styled dot, this button is going to be an anchor tag. We can route this button to an external website if you want to. Okay. Title, because we want to make this title dynamic, so we can just name it whatever we want. All right, so now I'm going to do the background color. It's going to be our primary color. Okay, and let's give it a padding. It's going to have a padding top and bottom, 1 rem, and then 2.5 rem left and right, and the color of white, cursor, pointer. All right, let's go to the image section. After the info, I'm going to render the button. It's primary button. It's going to have prop of title, which is going to be download CV. Okay, so this is our button. Let's continue styling. I'm going to put this website on another page. Let's continue with the styling. Display, inline block, and then font size, inherit, text transform, uppercase. After that, actually I'm going to reduce this margin to 8, this padding to 8 rem, 0.8 rem. Alright, so now let's do some animations on hover. So on hover, after, when I hover, I want to give it an after pseudo element content. It's going to be string, position relative the parent element, and then position absolute for the after pseudo element, width 100%, height let's say 20%. It's just for testing purposes. Background color red, it's only for testing purposes. Excuse me. Alright, now let's see what we have. On hover, we have pseudo element after pseudo element. It's working. Now let's continue with the styling. Do left 0, bottom 0. Alright, and then after up here, I'm going to do a transition, not transform, but a transition. 0.4 seconds, is in, is out. Okay. What's going on? Just remove this so I don't want to be bothered by the error, by the warning. Alright. Seems like the transition is not working. I think we should add the transition inside the after pseudo element itself. Alright, let's see. Nope, the transition is not working again. Transition, 0.4 seconds. Let's see why. Oh, the width. So we want the width to be 100%. Okay, we need an initial value. So we're going to transition from 0 to 100%. Alright. I'm going to reduce the height. Actually 100% point for RAM. I think 0.4 RAM is too big. 0.2 RAM. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's give the button oops, image section. I'm going to put this button in an, actually never mind, I'll do the right content. Right content, I'm going to give it padding bottom. One rem or 1.5, let's see, 1.5 rem. Oops, it's not updating. Let's see why. Oh, it's after the it's the about info. They're supposed to have the padding bottom. Right content, take this about info, this one, padding bottom. Yep. Alright, the color for the hover, I'm going to change it to white. Primary button, the color is going to be far white. Right, I'm going to come back and fix the transition later. Alright, now let's work on something else. Actually, we need to resize this image a little bit. I'll give it a fixed height. This image, I'll try to give it a nice fixed height. Let's say 40 VH. And then down here I want to do height 100%. Then object fit, so it doesn't stretch. It's going to be cover. Alright, I think it's 40 VH is not enough. Give it 60. You know what, I'll just leave it as is instead of defining a fixed height. Okay, I'll just leave it as is for now. Okay, so now this image section is over. Let's do something else. Services section. But I think I'll have to come back to do the service section on another video. Yeah, I think I need to take a break. I'm a little bit tired now. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, now let's work on the service section. Go ahead and create a new component. It's going to be services section .js section. Alright, now before we do anything, we need to create another layout in the layouts. Go to styles, where is it? Layouts. Okay, so in here we need to create a new layout. So in here, copy this and paste. It's going to be inner layout. So the padding is going to stay, top and bottom is going to be 5 rem, and then left and right is going to be 0 rem. Okay, in here in the service section, I'm going to import the inner layout. Inner layout from styles and layouts. Alright, I'm going to surround the whole thing with the inner layout. Alright, and now down here I'm going to create a style. So this is section styled, which is supposed to styled. Okay, style.section. Services section styled. Yep, in here. Services section styled. Just copy. Alright. So down in the which page is it? About page. After the image section, I'm going to import the services section. What did I name it? Components. Services section. Yep. Import the services section first. Import services section. Components services section. Services section. Alright. Inside the service section, we want to render the title. So the title is going to have a title. So the title is going to be services. And then remember we have a span. It's going to be services as well. Okay. Something's wrong. Let's see. Oh, it's still compiling. I don't know why it's taking ages to compile. Oh, what is this? Yeah, there's something wrong. Save section. Title is not defined because we did not import the title. The dot components and the title. Yep, now we have the services section. So because we're using the inner layout, we automatically have a padding top and bottom because we're using the inner layout. So we don't need to worry about the padding. Here I think I'm going to add a little bit more styles here because it doesn't look that appealing to me. Later I'm going to update this section, but now let's keep going with the services section. Alright, so the service section, I'm going to create a new component here. It's going to be service card.js. Okay, so in here I'm going to have actually image and then title and finally a paragraph. Alright, so inside the service section, in here create a div. It's going to be services. In here I'm going to render service card. I don't know why it's not auto completing. Service card. I'm going to import service card from components service card. Alright, so in here I'm going to have image prop image. This one is going to be design, and then what else? Title is going to be web design, and then paragraph is going to be, you know what, I'm going to do this to make it more cleaner. Paragraph is going to be just give it a random lorem with some text. Okay, that's for the paragraph. Okay, go ahead and save. Actually, we need to import this the images first that we're going to use. Import design from dot image design dot svg. Let me see, let me double check the names. So it's design.svg, and then I'm going to import the IntelliSense IntelliSense.svg, and then finally we have game dev. Game dev, yep. I'm going to copy this service card 2 times, 1, 2. The second one is going to be intelligence down here for the title. It's going to be artificial, if I could spell artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. I'm not sure if this is correct spelling, but I don't know, whatever. Alright, artificial intelligence, and then here I'm going to give it game dev, and then development, and then save. Something's wrong. Module can font, services section, components, service section JS. Oops, what's going on here? Final cam dev. Let me see, something's wrong with the image. It's game dev like this. Alright, save and refresh the browser. We still have an error. We need to save everything actually. Save. Alright, there's nothing yet. Let's go to the service card. Service card styled, which is goes to styled.div service. Alright, now in here I'm going to have the container, and then I'm going to have an h4, it's going to be the title. Actually, I'll start with the image. img is going to be our image, and then finally a paragraph, which is our paragraph. Okay, now save, and voila, we have our cards. Now we need to display flex. Okay, it's actually down here in services, save section styled. In here I'm going to select the services, then display flex, justify content, space between. Alright, there you go. Okay, now let's go back to the service card. Now, before we do anything, we need to give it a background color. Let's go to the global styles and have a look. It's going to have this dark background color. Background color. Let's see. Is it the dark one? Let me double check. Yep, it's the dark one. Vs-Code-Styled. Oops. It's supposed to be only 2 dashed lines. I'm not sure if the background has been applied yet. Let me try red. Yeah, it's being applied. I can't really see very well. Okay, I think let's go back to global styles. I'll put a new color. Background light color 2. I'll do dark color 2. I think, yeah, I'll do dark color 2, or dark color gray. Makes sense, it's gray. Dark color gray. Copy this, go to the service card. Oops. Okay, alright, makes sense. So in here I'm going to select the container. Container is going to have a padding 1.2 RAM. Okay. So for each card, I'm going to give each card some sort of a margin. Alright, I'm going to give it a margin. Margin left and right, actually top and bottom 0, left and right 1 rem. Okay. Actually, I don't want to give the rest of the items a margin, only the middle one. So remove this. Let's go to the save section. Saves card. This one you can mid card, I don't know. Then you can put it inside a parent container. It's still the same, nothing changes, but we can style it. We can select it. It's inside the services, and here we can give it margin, top and bottom 0, left and right 1 rem. Yeah, actually 1.2 rem. And this whole thing, the services, we want to have a want to have margin top 5 rem. Okay, makes sense. Let me check what margin top we are using here. Yeah, it's 5 rem, so it should be consistent. So it's 5 rem here. All right. Now let's continue the styling. Layouts. Okay. Oops, I'm styling the services card. In here, the container, I'm going to style the h4. The h4 is going to have a color of white. White color. White color. I think the font size is going to be 1.6 rem. Yeah, I think that will do. 1.6 rem. Padding top and bottom 1 rem. 0 left and right. We're going to have an after pseudo element. After content empty string, width 2 rem, background color is going to be our border color. Border color height is going to be 4 pixels. And then what else? Position. Let's leave it like this. Let's see what we have now. position absolute left, it's going to be 0. I forgot to give the parent position of relative. There it is. Bottom 0. Let's give a bit of a padding bottom. Padding bottom. It's going to be, let's try 1 rem. I think it's too big, but let's see. Actually, we don't need it here. We need the padding on the paragraph. Now let's increase the width of the after pseudo element. Yeah, I think this will do. 4 rem, and the height. Oops. The height, I'll leave it on 3 pixels. Height 3 pixels, and 4 rem for the width, and the border radius of 10 pixels. Okay. And then finally the paragraph. After the h4, I'm going to start the paragraph. It's going to have a padding. Top and bottom is going to be 0.5 rem, left and right 0 rem. Let me try 0.8. Yep, I think this makes sense. Alright, now let's do the border. Border left, it's going to be 1 pixel solid, and far border color like so. Now we have a border left. We want a border across the whole thing, so we need border left, right, border left. We need a border right, border bottom, and top. Top is going to be 8 pixels. Yeah. Okay, now we need to edit the hover. So when we hover this card, what do we want to happen? Well, we want to change the border top background color to the primary color. Okay, now it's working. And also we want a transition 0.4 seconds, ease in, ease out. Okay, now we have a transition. but I want maybe to lift up this card when we hover. I want to transform the card. On hover, let's do transform, translate the y-axis, only a few pixels, maybe 3 pixels. Alright, yeah, makes sense. Or you can do -3 pixels if you want the transformation to go up, so you can do minus, but I want it to go down, so it's 3 pixels. Alright, makes sense. Now let's fix this button hover after pseudo element. So it's image section, isn't it? The image section. Oh, it's actually inside the button primary. Oh, it's supposed to be primary button. I'm going to rename this to primary button. I don't know why it was primer. It's going to mess up everything. Primer. Right. It's primary. Where did we import this button? It's inside the primary. Alright, now we're back to where we started. Inside the button, we want to start the after pseudo element. We're going to do after. Copy everything here. Remove the height. Okay. Now save. Something's wrong. Let's see what's going on. Position absolute. Remove the position here and the content here. We want the width to be 100%. We want to start on 0 here. We want to start on 0 height. Remove this positioning. Okay. Now it's working as intended. What we need to do, left 0 here, bottom 0. Okay, I think that's fine now. Yep, now it's working. I think we can reduce the opacity of this pseudo element. I'm going to do 0.9. I think I'll do 0.7. Let's see what it looks like. Yep, I think that's fine. Right, so now after the save section, we're going to do the review section. Right, so close this, close everything that has to do with the save section. Now create a new component inside the components folder. It's going to be reviews section, review section.js. Right, now let's create the styles for the reviews. Reviews styled is equals to styled dot, actually styled dot section review styled. Alright, now we have the review styled, but before we do anything, we need to import the layout from, it's called inner layout, from our layouts. Dot styles layouts. We're getting the individual layout, inner layout, then inner layout, and then here we want to render the title component. Render the title. Make sure to import the title. I don't know why it's not importing the correct. Wait, let me see what's going on here. I'll remove this title. Title. Oh, I've clicked the wrong title. It's coming from Mithril UI, not this one. I don't know why it's not referencing my title component, but that's fine. Remember, we need a title prop. It's going to be reviews, and then we need a span prop, which is going to be the same, reviews, and then close. Don't forget to import the title. Import title from components title. Right now we need to render the review section down here after the search section. Reviews section. I don't know why it's not importing automatically. Review. Right, now we have the review section. Right down here we have the reviews. Whoa, why is there a lot of space up here? Let me see why. I'm looking why there's a lot of space here. The title. Oh, there's a I think there's a padding on the title. Yeah, 5 rem, top and bottom, and another padding 5 rem from the inner layout. I don't need padding for the title. I need it for the for the actual content. Inner layout. Just remove it for now. Alright, now save. Yeah, just comment it so we don't get this warning. Alright, so now I need to fix something. We'll fix it later. Actually, these lines, they're not coming down. They should come all the way down. I don't know why they're not coming all the way down. We'll fix it later, don't worry. Okay, let's continue. So now in here, that's when we need the inner layout. Inner layout. All right. I'm going to create a new component again. It's going to be review item .js. For the review item, I'm going to have the text, only the text. Review item styled. Not section .div. Text. Okay, so for the text, I'm going to do I think I'm going to give it a fixed height. I think I'll give it a height of 15 VH. Yep, and the width, I think I'll give it a width of don't worry, I won't give it a width for now. I won't give it a width for now. So now let's do the paragraph. For the paragraph, I'm going to have a padding 1 rem top and bottom and 0 left and right. And the padding here is going to be, the padding around is going to be top and bottom 2 rem, 1 rem left and right. And then we want a border left, border left, oops, border left 6 pixels, solid, and then our border color. Alright, I think that's it for this. It's supposed to be text. Okay, so now let's add some text. In here, let's do the reviews down here, select reviews, I'm going to render each review item, and then the review item is going to have a text, lorem, I'll do it down here, lorem 13, just copy this cut down here. Alright, Review items not defined. Okay. Text. Review item. Okay, now we have the review item. The background color is supposed to be the same as this one. I forgot what I've named it. Dark gray. Alright. Now we have the review. Now we need something down here. I don't know what I don't know the name of this little thing down here. It's like I don't know, I forgot. Oh, you just see what I'm doing. So we need an after so the element. After content. It's going to be an empty string. Okay, for the position, it's going to be relative is the parent. Position absolute left. It's going to be 0.4 rem. Let's try 1 rem. 1 rem. Width 0.8 rem. Alright, and then bottom let's try 0 for now. It's just for testing purposes. And then for the border color, this width is supposed to be border width, and then a border color. Border color is going to be it's going to be this gray. Okay, gray. And then if this is top left, and then transparent, and then this gray again. Alright, and the border style, which is going to be solid. And save. Right, it's not showing up yet. Let's see why. Okay, bottom. Let me try top 100%. Alright, there it is. Now it's showing. I'm going to give it a bit of a left to change it to rem, I think. Okay, now it's showing. I'm going to decrease the width. I'm going to render 2 of these. just random text. Okay, I want to render 2, so I'm going to do a display of flex for the reviews, and down here display is going to be flex. Alright, like so. I want to give them a width. Let me try. You know what? I'm not going to give them a fixed height. I want them to adapt to the screen size. Let me try 50%. Okay, I want them to adapt when we decrease the width of the page, so they're going to adapt. Okay, I'm going to give the first one actually I'm going to give them a padding, so not the first child, I think. Not first child. Not first. First child. I don't want the first child to have a margin left. Okay, let's see. All right. Okay, so I think I'll do 2 rem. Okay, now 2 rem. I think the spacing is fine. You can actually implement a feature where you can drag and cycle through some reviews, but I'm not going to do that feature. I think I might do it in some videos later, but I'm not going to do it now. I'll leave it on 1. I'm not going to do it now because it takes a lot of time to implement the dragging and cycling through the reviews. Alright, I think that's it for this about page. I might come back later and resize this image, and yeah, that's it. I'll see you on the next section, which we're going to do the resume page. Alright, see you around. Okay, I'm back to do minor fixes. So remember, let me start the project. Our lines are not going all the way down, so we want to make them go down no matter how much content we add on the page. Alright, now go to the lines inside the app.js, look for lines, and then for the mean height, change it to 100%, and then save. And there you go. Now the lines are going all the way down. And now let's do the image. We need to resize it. Alright, go to Figma. And make a new shape. give it a resolution. For the width, I'm going to do 760, and for the height, I'm going to do 555. Alright, now file and then place image, select the resume, and yeah, put it there. Now I'm going to change the image from image to actually from view to crop. I want to reposition the image. Okay. Alright, I think that's it. I'm going to export this image. Oops, export. And then it's going to be resume. Just replace it. And then let's see the page. Alright, now the page has been updated to match our current image. Alright, I think I could give it a little bit of more height here. Let's try that. 760. I'll try 780. Oops, not for the width. Height I'll try 570. 570. Let's try 580. Doesn't seem like it's making a difference. Let's just do 600. Alright, 600, and then let's crop the image. Okay, I think, yeah, it's cropped fine. You can hold shift to make sure everything goes the same way. Now let's see. Now let's replace our current image. Let's see how it looks like in the web. Yeah, we can use more height. Okay, let's do 650. 650. Then let's crop it. All right. Well, I don't know. I'll give it more. This is the last time I'm going to change this image. 570, 670. Alright, I think this looks fine for me now. You can add whatever, you can update it as much as you want, but I think this will be the final time. Okay, yeah, I'll see you on the next video where we're going to work on the resume page. Alright, now let's work on the blogs page. I know on the last video I said we're going to work on the resume page, but it's going to take more time to work on this resume page or the portfolios page. I have limited time to record this video, so let's go to work on the blogs page. It doesn't take that much time. Alright, so go to the blogs page. Inside the data, I'm going to create a new data file. It's going to be blogs.js. So in here, I'm going to import some images. Blog1 from the images folder, and then blogs blog1.svg. Let me double check the names of the images. Image blogs. Yep, I think it's correct. So we need 4 images for the blog section. 2, 3, and 4. It doesn't matter what order I put them. Okay, I'm going to create an array of the blogs. It's going to be blogs. Alright. Now inside the blogs, I'm going to create a few array elements. So we need like 4 blogs. The more you have and the more images you're gonna need. So for now we're going to only 4. We need an ID, and then we need, actually I'll just give it a title, not a blog title. How do I give the title? Okay, you know what, how to use search engine optimization. Alright, I think that's fine. ID, and then we need, what else do we need? I think we might also need a date. Okay, so for the date, what is today's date? 01, and then month, which is April. Alright, so title, ID, date, and finally the image. It's going to be image, not image, blog 1, and then copy this 3 times, 1, 2, 3, put a comma, and then change the ID from 1 to 2, 3, and 4. Alright, so now let's change the image to 3, 4. Alright, save, and then we need to export it down here, export default. Alright, so now we're done. Let's go to the blogs page. So inside the blogs page, let's import the blogs from data and blogs. Let's style this. This goes to styled.div. Copy. Replace the div. Alright, so now let's map each the blogs. So we want to get each blog. Right, I'm going to return a div. Oops, supposed to be curly braces. Alright, so I'm going to return a div. Alright, we need a key, so the key is going to be our ID. Okay, we can actually use destructuring here, so const ID. We also need the image. Actually, never mind. The keys goes to blog.id. Okay, so in here I'm going to make another div. It's going to be image. So for the image, I'm going to have an image in here. The source, oops. For the source, it's going to be blog.image. Okay, and then after the image, we're going to have a title. The title is going to be an h4, which is going to be blog dot title. We'll do the date later. Now let's just do what we have now. Alright, now we have the blogs that are showing up. Now let's do some styling. Okay, I forgot something. In here we need to render the title component as well. Title is going to be blogs, and then we have a span, which is going to be also blogs. Don't forget to import the title from up here. Import title. From title. Oh my days, I can't even spell title. From components and then title. Right, let's see if the title is showing up. The title is showing up, but I forgot something. Do you remember our layout? Blogs page. Cut this. Let's do the layout. Which layout do you need? Import. Is it main layout? Main layout and inner layout from the dot styles and then layouts. So in here we're going to do main layout. Actually, we can put this inside the main layout. Blogs. Alright, now paste our content down in here. Now we should have a layout. Alright, now we have a layout. Okay, copy this as well. Copy this again. I think we need the inner layout, and then copy the content inside. Let's see. Okay, good. Now it's working. We have the spacing. Okay. So now let's continue with the styling. Give this div a class name. It's going to be a blog. Okay. Down here we want to start the blog. display is going to be a grid, and then grid, we need 2 columns, grid template, columns, not rows but columns. Oops, we need to repeat. Alright, repeat 2 columns and 1 FR. It means they'll all have the same width. Alright. Let's see, blog. Alright, now let's resize these images. That's so big. Blog dot image width 100%. Alright, and then we need to target the image width also 100%. Okay. Oops, hold on. Blog.id, blog. This blog class is supposed to be in the inner layout. Save. Alright. Remove this side to from 100%. The image should have like about 70% of the height. Just 1 second, let's see what's going on here. All right. Height, I think 65% will do. And then object fit, so it doesn't stretch out. It's going to be cover. I think 65 is too low. Let's go to 70. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I'll leave it at 85%. 85. Same as the image, 85. All right. I think 85 is too low. I'll put 90. Just to leave a bit of space for the title. Okay, I think that's fine now. Now we need a grid gap. Grid column gap. It's going to be 2 rem, and then create row gap. This is going to be 3 RAM. Let's see what this looks like. All right. Now let's give it a padding. 2 RAM top and bottom, 1 RAM left and right. Okay, I think we need to give it some form of a background color. Let me find a background color. Let's go to the global styles. I'll do background color light 3. Actually, I already have this color. It's this dark gray here. Copy this. Background color far, and then paste it. Background color, and then save. Let's see. All right. Oh, this is supposed to be a raw gap. Create raw gap. I don't know why the gap is not showing. Let's see why. Oh, it is there. But this background color, wait a second, should be here. Blog item, blog, and then the blog item. Okay. And then this padding is supposed to be in the blog item as well. Okay, I think I'll do 1 RAM like so. Okay. Now let's start the h4. This h4 actually is supposed to be an anchor tag, so we can go to an external website. You can put whatever link you want here. So this is going to be blogs, actually blog.link, and then down here in the blogs data, oops, where is it? Yeah, down here we also need to add a link. So make sure you have the HTTPS protocol, and then you can, let's say, Google make sure you have the HTTPS protocol, so it should look like this. Alright. Oops. Now save. Okay, now let's do the title. Let's start the anchor tag. Font size, color, color white. All right. Let's reduce the font size. 1.8 RAM. Okay, now we need to give it a cursor of pointer, and when we hover, I want the color to change to the primary color. Color primary. I forgot what I've named it. However, it's not changing. Let's see why. It's primary color. Primary color. Like so. And then we need a transition. Point 4 seconds, ease in and ease out. Okay. Hold on a sec. Alright, and then when we hover this image, cursor pointer, and then copy this transition and put it here. I want to transform, rotate 40 degrees. Right, let's see. Down here, let's do overflow hidden. Overflow. Hidden. I think it's supposed to be in the blog item. Okay, yep. can also do it here as well. Let's see why. Yep, makes sense. Remove it here. So it says it stays in the image container. Okay, let's do 10 degrees, and then we want to do a scale of 1.1. I think the 10 degrees is too much. Let's do 3 and 1.1 scale. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Alright, so now if I click, it should lead me to an external website. Alright, it's working as we intend. This color, it doesn't look like it's a white color. Let's see why. What's going on? I think it's supposed to be the other way around. White color. Alright, now it's white color. I think I'm going to change the titles. Okay. Alright, now we have an issue down here, so we need to fix it. Okay, let's see why it's not. So let's look at blog item. I don't know why it's not adapting together with the title. Alright, don't define the height of this image. Remove it, remove the height, and then for the anchor tag, give it a padding of top and bottom. It's going to be 2 rem. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm not sure why the padding is not working well. Let me see. The image padding bottom. Okay, give this image a padding bottom 0.5 rem. I think this will do. Alright, I think we're done with the block section. I'll see you in the next video. I think we're going to work on the resume or the contact section. Alright, that's it for this video. Okay, so now let's work on the contacts page. Alright, before we do that, I need to import a few images for the blogs. So if you go to the data, I just need to change the names of the images here. So block 3, change it to 3, and 2, and 4. Okay, I forgot to do that earlier. Now we have different images. Alright, so now let's go to the contact page. First of all, we need to import the layouts. Main layout, and then we have inner layout. From, oops, not from, styles, and then layouts. Oops. Then we're going to do main layout. Okay. Contact page styled. Right. Before I do that, we also need the title. So I'm going to import title. Okay, so the title is going to be contact, and then span, it's going to be contact as well. Okay, I think we should have our title now. Something's wrong. Import title from, oh, alright, so now we have the contact, and then we have inner layout. Okay, so inside here I'm going to have contact. I'm going to create a new div in here. Contact. You know what? I'll give this a class name. contact section, and then for the inside here I'm going to have left content, and then right content. Supposed to be a class. Right content. Okay, so we're going to create a form. Just remove remove the action. Alright, so in here I'm going to do form field. Okay, so in here I'm going to have a label, name, and then it's going to be enter your name. ID is equals to name. And then we're going to have an input. Okay, with an ID of name and the type of text. Okay, there you go. Now let's copy this a couple of times, maybe 3 times, I think. All right, so this is email. Subject. All right. Enter your email and then subject. And then finally text area. You also need a label as well. Enter your message. Right. Okay, now let's start doing the styling. Before we do that, let's select the contact section. prefer to use the style. I'll put this, oops, copy this style, you can put it around. You can put it around the inner layout anyway. Okay, it's still the same, doesn't matter. Alright, now the contact section, I'm going to do display grid template columns. We're going to have 2. Okay, so now let's start starting the inputs. In here, I'm going to select the form. Inside the form, there's form field. Okay, give it a margin top. 0.2 rem. Maybe, yeah, I think that'll do. Position of relative. Alright, so inside there we have the input and the label. So let's start styling the label. And then here we have input. Alright, so for the input, I'm going to have a border. One pixel, solid. Remember our border color. Set border color. And then we need to remove the outline to none. So we shouldn't have an outline. Yep. And the background of transparent. Yep, it's coming up. Height 0.5 rem. What's going on with the height? And padding. What padding can I give this? 0 top and bottom, and then 15 pixels left and right. Okay, I think I should increase the height a bit. I'll do it in pixels actually. Give 60 pixels. Too big. Let's try 50. Okay. Let's do the label now. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. form. Let's give the form the width, a width of 100%. Alright, and then we want this to have a width of 100%. Alright. And then position absolute. I think I'll give it a small padding here. No, it's fine. Left, and do, let's say, 20 pixels. Yeah, yep, I think that's fine. And then top minus 10 pixels. Let's see which one works. Okay, I think minus 13 pixels works fine. Alright. Display inline block, and then background color. It's going to be file. Oops. We need to get the main background color. Background color, yep, this is the one. And then we save. Let's go to contact. Yep. Okay, let's see. I think I'll give it a bit of a padding. Top and bottom 0.4 rem, and then 0.5 rem left and right. Minus 19, I don't know. Alright, so form field, margin top, 2 rem. Okay, I think, yeah, 2 rem works fine. Form field margin top, 2 rem, 1.2 rem. Yep, 2 rem works fine. Alright. Let's give this a color. Let's try inherit. Not the label, the input. padding is too big for top and bottom. The label, oops, I'll remove the padding. I'll give it 0. Alright, makes sense. Okay, now let's do the text area. So for the text area, we also need to give it form field as well. Form field, so we can have a nice, oops. Okay, so for the text area, we also have the label, form field input, and then in here I'm going to select text area background. It's going to be transparent. Alright, then copy this border as well. We need the same border. And then let's look at the outline. It's going to be none. Alright. I think, yeah. Width, let's try 100%. Okay. I think let's try a bit of a padding. I think it makes sense if I give it a bit of a padding. So top and bottom, I'll do 0.8 RAM. Then 1 RAM left and right. Let's see how that looks. Okay, I think makes perfect sense. Now we need also, oops, a form field here, dot form field, field. In here we're going to get the button. I forgot what I've named it. Primary button. Okay, be sure to import the button from the components. Okay, we have a few props in the button. Let me check what they are. It's just the title prop. Title is going to be send email. Okay, there you go. Now with the button, above here, actually we need contact title. we're not going to reuse this title, so don't worry. Contact title. This is going to have a white color. Make sure you're using variables because we're going to do a dark theme, so we need to be able to change the values of the variables. White color. Alright, and then we need a font size 1.8 rem. Okay, get in touch. So now let's work on the right side. So for the right side, I'm going to create a new component. It's going to be contact item. Alright, so for the contact item, I'm going to need a few icons. So let's go to Material UI to get some icons. So I need a phone icon, alright, and also I need an email icon. And then finally I need location. All right. Alright, so now let's replace the div. Okay, so in here, down here, let's start this. I'm going to do give it a padding. Top and bottom is going to be 1.5 rem, and then 2 rem left and right. Okay, and then background color it's going to be for, let's see, I think it's this gray background color. Left content, and then right content. Okay, so for the left content, I'm going to have some props here. going to be icon, and then title, contact 1, and then contact 2. Alright, so down here I'm going to do an no, actually not an image. I'm going to render an icon. I'll just render an icon actually. I'll do a paragraph, and then I'll do icon. And then for the right content, I'm going to do an H6. And here we have the title, contact 1, and then contact 2. I'm going to cut this from this. It's not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be in contact page. All right. Down here, I'm going to get the contact item icon. So this is going to be phone icon, and then title. So for the title, it's going to be phone. I'll do this just to make it more clear. Title, and then we have contact 1. Alright, this number is totally legit. You can call this number. Alright. Contact item is not defined. I guess we haven't imported the contact item yet. Components, contact item. Okay, let's refresh the page. We have an error. Let's see what's going on. Contact item, contact page. What's going on with this error? Okay, it's not valid. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's try to rerun this project. Sometimes we get those silly errors for no reason. Okay, not working. What's going on? Let me see if I remove this. It's working after removing the contact item. Let me put everything in one line so I can see what's going on. Contact. Title. Oh, no, I'm missing something. Oh, I have the title. Icon title. No, I'm not. I don't know what's going on, why I'm getting the error. Objects are not valid with keys. I'm not sure where the error is coming from. This is giving me a headache now. Let's see here. I don't know. Okay, I think I'll come back to fix this error later. Now I'm going to remove this for now, and then I'll come back later. I'll just comment everything anyway. I'll comment everything. I'll come back to fix this later. Alright, forget about this now. Okay, I think we're done for the contact page, except I'm going to fix the error on the next video. Alright, see you soon. Okay, so now let's finish our contact section. So let's finish the contact items here. Right, I will resize my browser. Okay, so down inside the contact page, remember we created a contact item. We need 3 of these. Alright, so we need title. Actually, hold on, we need a title I'll name this this is phone for the title, and then we have icon. So for the icon, to be able to use icons as props, material UI icons, we need to create a few variables up here. Const phone. So we need to open the phone icon and close it. So it should be a variable. So now we're able to pass the icon here, phone. Alright. So we need 3 icons actually. So we need the phone, email, and address. Email, address, email icon, not address, it's actually location. Location, oops, location icon. Alright, so now let's pass in the another prop. Oops, not here, it's here. Another prop is going to be contact. Actually, I'll just put cont for shortcut, so it's shortcut for contact1. So here you can just put a random number. You can just do plus 66,789. You can just put a random number here. It doesn't matter what you really put. Alright, and then we're going to have contact2. Copy and paste contact2. Alright, 0799663 blah blah blah. You can just leave it like that. Alright, I think that's enough for the first component. Now let's do the second one. The second one is going to be email. So the icon, email, and then a random email at gmail.com. .ipsum. Alright. Oh, it's supposed to be here. Okay, and then here it's supposed to be lorem ipsum at gmail.com. Alright, now let's do a final. The final one is going to be the address and with the location email. Not email, I mean icon. Okay, 27 address road. United Kingdom. We can just say England here, and then for the contact we can just do United Kingdom. Alright, now let's save. Okay, there's nothing yet. Now what we need to do, we go inside the contact item, we get the title prop, we have the icon, and then we have the con1 contact 1, and then con2 contact 2. Alright, so for the left content I am going to put a title here, title. Okay, save. Now with the title, actually for the left content it's supposed to be an icon, so we want to have 3 icons like so, and then down here in the right content we're going to have a title. This title is going to be actually in H6, so let's do an H6. It's going to be title and then 2 paragraphs. So the first one is con1 and then con2. Okay, I think the the contact is not showing. Let's see why it's not showing. Inspect. So the paragraphs are empty. So I think the naming is wrong. So it's cont, not con. So it's cont. Yep. And now let's refresh the page. All right, our contact info is showing. So now I want to give this a gap between. So remember, it's a grid. So inside the contact page, I'll give it a grid gap. It's going to be a column gap, which is going to be 2 ram. Alright, now there's a bit of a gap. Now let's do these contact items. Okay, so let's select the right content. Remember, so we have there's left content up here, and then there's right content. Alright, so inside the contact section I'm going to select the right content, and then I'm going to do display of flex, and then justify content, space between, and then flex direction of column. Okay, so it looks like this. I think this is too much. Okay, so now let's remove the space between. We'll give it manual. We'll do the spacing manually. I'll target this middle. Oops, this one. I'll give this a margin, top and bottom 2 ram, and then 0 left and right. Let's see. Still not good. Anyway, okay, we'll do the spacing later. Now let's style these items. I'll go to the contact item. Inside the contact item, I'm going to do display flex. All right, flex, and then align items to center, so they're going to be align center on center. Now let's start with the left content. Left content, so it's the icon, this icon here. We want to style it, so it's the SVG, left content and then SVG. So for the left content SVG, let's do a padding of 3 RAM. Let's see how it looks like. Where is the bloody icon? Actually, the padding should be I think up here. Let's see. Alright, makes sense. And then we're going to have a border 1 pixel solid, and then remember our border color, I think something's wrong with the naming of the variable. Oh, it's working actually. I don't know why the border is not showing. Oh, it's I put border radius. It's supposed to be border, just border. Alright, now let's make the icons a bit bigger. I think 3 RAM is too big. Let's do 2 RAM, and then the icon size, let's make it a bit bigger. Alright, let's give a font size here, font size of 2 RAM. Hold on a second, how do I make these icons bigger? Alright, I don't think it's the font size. Let's do the SVG directly. Font size 3 RAM. Alright, yeah, so you have to target the SVG element. SVG, and then font size. Font size, which is let's try 2.3 RAM. Alright, I think, yeah, it makes sense. I'm just trying something for an experiment. Okay, and then for the left content, what I'm going to do is I'm going to display flex line items center and justify content center. Okay, now everything is centered properly. Let's reduce the padding to 1.8 RAM. 1.8. Okay, I'll leave it at 1.5 for now. Yeah, I think 1.5 is good. Okay, so now let's give the left content a margin right of 1.5 RAM. Okay, perfect. Now let's target the right content. We need to target the title. So for the right content, where's the right content? Oh yeah, down here. So copy the class name, left, and then we do right. So for the right, I'm going to target the h6. Color is going to be our white color. White color. I think font size, I think I want to make it a little bit bigger. It's going to be 1.4M, I think. Let's see what it looks like. I think it's too big. Let's do 1.2M. Yep, I think that's good. Then padding 0.4M, only on the bottom. I think out 2.6. Okay, and then in here we have a paragraph. You can make this paragraph and anchor tags, so they can redirect you to Google, to Gmail or whatever. But I'm just going to leave it as a paragraph. You can choose to use a link, it doesn't matter. Okay, and then I'm going to give it a little bit of a padding. Top and bottom is going to be 0.4M, and then 0 left and right. I think 0.4M is too much. Let's do 0.1. Yeah, I think this makes sense. So now what we need to do is to space these contact items. So for the contact items, alright, right content, alright. So if I go to the contact item, down here, I think we can give it a margin bottom. This is just for testing purposes. Let's say 2rem. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so now we want to give it a margin bottom, but not the last child. So we're going to use the not pseudo element, not last child. So we don't select the last child. All right. Okay. Yep, I think that's it for the contact page. You can resize the text area. Okay, you can always give it a bit of more spacing. You can do 2.5rem. I think that would be too big, but I think, yeah, I'll leave it 2.5, and I'll see you on the next video. Alright, so now let's work on the progress bars. So let's create a new component. It's going to be skills.js, and then we're going to create a functional component. React functional component and export. Okay, so in here, const skill styled, which is equals to styled section oops, we also need to, before we do that, we need the we can do this. Or we can do a main layout. Main layout. Oh, remember we need to import this main layout. So import main layout, and we need the inner layout. From styles and then layouts, main layout, yep. And then before we do that, we need to render the title. What's going on down here? Const alright, so we need to render the title. And then inside the title, we have the title. The title is going to be resume. And then we need a span prop, which is going to be resume as well. Resume. And then we close the component, and then we do inner layout. And then we close. Now let's import the title. Import title from .components and then title. Okay, let's save. Let's see what we got. We are not rendering the skills component. So inside the resume, let's what the hell? Let's render the skills. Import create skill from components and then the skills. Oh, it's skills, not skill. Right, skills is not defined. Skills. Okay, now we have the title. Let's work on the progress bar. Create a new component. Name it progress bar.js, and then it's going to be a functional component. So in here we're going to need a few things. We're going to need an h6. This is going to be the title. An h6. We're going to create a few props. Title prop. So we're going to have title. We are going to have a width, and then we're going to also have title width, and actually text. I'll just name it text. H6. Before I do that, actually I need to title, and then title, and then below the title I'm going to create a div progress bar. Alright, so inside the progress bar I am going to have the text, which is going to be a paragraph, and then text, and then below that I'm going to have a div which is going to be progress, and then inside the progress I'm going to have a span. Alright, so for the progress, actually for this span I want to have a style. So the width is going to be equal to the width is going to be equal our width that is coming from the props. Alright, so we need to render the progress bar inside the skills. So in here I'm going to render the progress bar, not progress event, progress bar. But inside the progress bar we're going to have a few props. So the first one is going to be title. Title is going to be HTML5, and also below the title, what else do we have in here? We have width. Width is going to be, let's try 70%. And then what else? Text. So text is going to be the same as the width. Text is going to be 70% as well. Okay. We have some errors. Let's see what's going on. With text, if you mean to render collection of children, blah blah blah. Title text with that's what the issue is. What's going on? If you mean to render a collection of children using an array instead. I don't understand what's going on here. Hold on, I'll try to replace this with, let me try this. I don't understand why this error is coming. This gives me a headache. It compiles successfully down here, but there is an error in the browser. Progress bar. I think I'll be back in the next video when I figure out this error. I don't know why I'm getting this error. I've made a silly mistake. I found out I forgot to put curly braces around the props, which is a silly mistake. Now let's refresh. Okay, now everything works fine. Alright, so this is an H6. So these H6 styles are coming from the global style, and then you do the H6 here in the global style, so you don't have to keep redoing these styles over and over again. So just copy these styles from the contact item. You can just copy the H6 and then put it here. By default, we're going to have these styles all over. Okay, so now let's continue with the styling. So in here, I'm going to create a new variable. It's going to be progress bar styled, and then we're going to import styled from styled components. Style.div. Alright, so now replace the div, replace this, oops, what am I doing? Yep, and then replace. Okay, so now let's begin styling the progress bar. So now select the progress bar, and now in this progress bar I'm going to give it a display flex, and then align items of center. Oh my days, I can't spell align items. Center, and then after that I'm going to select this progress, and then for this progress I'm going to give it progress. It's going to have a position of relative, and then a width of 100%, and a height of 0.4 em, and a background color of remember var border color. Okay, now let's save. Alright, now we have a progress bar. So now what we need to do, in here we have a span background color. It's going to be our primary color. Primary color, and then let's give it a position of absolute left 0, okay, and then bottom 0, and then give it a height of 100%. Okay, so the width is coming from our prop. Now save. Alright, so the width is coming here 70%. So if I change the width to 20%, it's going to update the progress bar. Now I'll put it back to 70. Now it's back to 70. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to give a bit of margin for the paragraph P. I'm going to give it actually a padding right. I'll go down here, progress span, progress bar, and then I'll do the paragraph, and then I'll do padding right. I'll do 1 rem, Okay, or 1.2 RAM, doesn't matter. You can put whatever space you like, but I'll leave it on 1.1 RAM. 1.1, like so. Alright, so now we have a progress bar. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to create multiple progress bars. So for start, I'm just only going to create like six of these, or 7. So if I go to the skills, okay, progress bar, I'm going to copy this one 5 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm going to change the titles, CSS3 90%, 90%, and then I'll do JavaScript. JavaScript 85. So make sure the width matches the text. 85. And then I'll do, what else? Java will do 60. And then I'll do Python 95, and then finally I'll do React. I forgot to do a text transform, so now I have to keep everything in capital letters because I didn't do it text transformation to uppercase. So for Python, for React.js, I'll do 75 and 75. Alright, save. Alright, so now we have our progress bars. So now, Java, let's do capital Java. Okay, instead of writing capital letters here, you can always do it text transform of uppercase. Alright, so now what we need to do is go in here. This actually, for the skills, you know what, copy this, or I've already done that already. Okay, it's here. So now what you just need to do is copy this class skills. Alright, what you need to do, then just do a display of grid templates, columns. We only need 2 columns, so it's going to be a repeat, and then 2 columns, and then 1 FR. They should all have equal sizes. 1 FR. Okay, so now we have a grid. We need a grid gap. Grid gap, grid gap. Oops. Grid gap. It's grid row gap. I'm not sure. I forgot the naming. It's grid gap. Grid row gap. Yep. For the row, I want to have 2 RAM. And then for the columns, I'll do 3 RAM. Alright, let's see what we got. So this is supposed to be column. All right, I think this makes sense. I mean, yeah. Something wrong with this one. Why is the height? There's something wrong with some of these progress bars. I don't know if I can see correctly, but some of the height seems to be a bit weird. Okay, let's see why. So this span, so the height, I'll just give it 4 drop on, instead of 100%, just give it 0.4 rem, just to make sure everything. Actually, the issue is still there. I don't know what's going on. I think it's my eyes. I don't know. This progress bar seems to be thin, and this is, seems to be thicker. I don't know. I think it's just my eyes. If there's an issue, we'll fix it later. Okay, I think that's it for the progress bars. I think I'll add one more. I'll add one more progress bar down here. This is, let's say, Unity. Okay, so we have a Unity progress bar down here. I don't know, for some reason this progress bar seems to be very thin than the others. I don't know, I think it's just my eyes. Okay, I'll leave it here for this video, and then I'll see if we have an error. Okay, I'm just going to put this back to 100% before I go. Oops, not this one. This one. Okay, I will see you on the next video. Alright, now let's finish working on the resume page. Okay, so let's go back to pages and then resume. Go to components, skills. I'm going to change a few things up here. For the title, it's supposed to be my skills. My skills. Alright, now let's see the update. Okay, so now inside the resume page, after the skills, I'm going to put another title here. Actually, I'm going to do the inner layout. Alright, don't forget to import the inner layout. Import inner layout from and then layouts, and we also need the title. Import title from components and then the title. Alright, so now what we need to do is put the title here. we need the title. This is going to be the resume, and then span, and then resume again. Okay, let's save. Something's missing. We're missing the main layout. Okay. Oops. You know what? I can just create a separate component to make it easier. So this is going to be resume.js, and then in here we're going to import main layout. Can't even spell layout, what the hell. Main layout out, and then the inner layout from dot styles, and then layouts. Okay, so now what we're going to do is just do a main layout here, const resume styled, this goes to styled section. Okay, so in here, don't forget to do it here. Okay, inner layout. Above the inner layout, that's when we're going to call the title. Resume, and then let's import the title. Components, and then title. All right. Oh, I forgot to render the component. Resume is just resume. Alright, so now we have the resume down here. Oh, why do we have so much space? Oh, I think it's because of the main layout. I don't think we need the main layout now. Let's see if we don't need it. Nope, we do need it actually. We shouldn't have this much space. Let's see why. I think I know why. So this main layout, it's only supposed to be here, in here, inner, We need the main layout. It's only supposed to be in here. Okay, so there's an issue. Main layout. Oh, down here. Alright, so now let's remove the main layout here. There is still what's going on? Resume. Okay, my skills, I think, 1 second. Okay, let's clean this up. Now what we need to do is go to the skills section and remove the main layout. We don't need it in here. Alright, so now let's save again. Everything should be in order. Okay, now everything is in order. So now let's keep working on the resume. Okay, so now we're going to create a new title. Components, new component, small title. Small title, .js. So for this title, we're going to have an icon and the title. All right. We're going to have an h3, and then it's going to be title. This icon, I'm going just to put in a paragraph. Const small title. This goes to styled div. All right, so in here small title styled to make it different from the component name, and then now replace the div. Alright, so now what we're going to do, inside the inner layout, I'm going to small title, then we have an icon. This is going to be briefcase, and then title, working experience. Okay, now close it. Okay, so this is a small title. Briefcase is not defined. Okay, now we need a briefcase. Import briefcase icon from at material UI icons, then briefcase. I don't know, I forgot the name. Work. Let me go to material UI again. Business. Business Center. That's the name of the icon. Alright. So I'm going to create a few variables. Const briefcase is going to be Business Center. Alright, so for the briefcase, now I need a book. Or let me say education or graduation, university. Okay, it's cool. Copy this. Const school is equals to school icon. Alright, now let's save. Briefcase. Alright, now we have the briefcase, now we have the title. Okay, down here. Display. Flex. Align items center. For the paragraph, I'm going to have a padding, actually padding right, one rem. Okay, now let's do the h3 color. White color. Font size. To rem. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, I think 2 rem. 2 rem is fine. Experience. 2 rem, and then we need to do the same for the icon. Oops, not changing. Let's see what we need to target. Is it the SVG? Okay, yeah, we need to target the SVG. But then we have to make it 3 rem. Alright, so now we have the icon. Now let's work on the content. Resume. You can create a separate component for this to make it more manageable. Yeah, actually I'm going to do that. you know what, I'll just do it here, text resume content, but you can create a separate component, resume content. Okay, so in the resume content, we're going to create a new component, resume item, resume item.js. Styled. Okay, so now in here, let's replace the div first. Okay, so now we're going to have left content and the right content. Right content. All right. So in the left content, we're going to do a heading in here. Let's try, I think a paragraph makes sense. A P. In here, we're going to do 2015. You know what? Instead of doing a fixed, we can do some props. Yeah, and then in the right content, we're going to do we're going to give it a title, so an H5. So this is going to be title. And then an H6 of sub. What's going on? Oh, H6 of subtitle. After that, we have a paragraph. Then we have text. All right, that's a lot of props. So we have title, subtitle, and then we have text. I don't think this subtitle should have subtitle. Do a camel case. Shouldn't have a dash. Subtitle. Yep. So now what we're going to do, oops, it's supposed to be now alright, so now back here, resume content, I'm going to get the resume item. So we have 2015 to 2020, and then we have what else do we have? Title and subtitle. I'll do like this to make it look cleaner. title is going to be psychology. Actually, computer science. You can do whatever you want. Computer science, and then we have subtitle. Subtitle is going to be like a name of the university. You can say Sussex University, whatever. University. And then finally we have the text. Okay, I'm going to generate a lorem with some text. Lorem, let's do 20 for starters. Okay, I'll cut it and then I'll paste it down here. Now let's save. Resume item is not defined because we have not imported the resume item up here. Import resume item from components and then resume item. Okay, we got a few errors. Cannot create style component for component. What's going on? Oops. Let's remove this so these errors don't come in our way. Resume item styled. Yep, we're importing the styled. Small title. Yep. What's the issue here? Cannot create a style component. I'm not sure where this error is coming from. Let's go to console. Resume.js module. Okay, let's see what's going on in the resume. Oh, supposed to be style.div. Alright, now let's refresh the page. Okay. So now let's go ahead and do the styling. Okay, so for the let's start with the left content. Left content, then the right content. But before we do that, up here I'm going to do a display flex. Display flex. Alright. It should look like this. So for the left content, I'm going to do a target the paragraph Oops. Then we're going to have a display of block, inline block actually, inline block. Okay, so after the paragraph, I'm going to give this a certain width. I'll give it a width of, let's say, 20%. Okay. Inside the right content, I'm going to target the H5. This one is going to have a color of our primary color, primary color, and then down here I'm going to give it a font size. It's going to be slightly bigger, 2.6 RAM. I'll give it 2.4 RAM or 2.3. Okay, yeah, I think I'll leave it like this. Well, actually, I'll just leave it 2 RAM. Alright, so I'm going to give it a padding bottom 0.4 RAM to give it a bit of a space. Alright, so now I'm going to target the H6. Give it a padding bottom 0.4 RAM again. Okay. So now I think I'll give it a more padding than the title. Font size 1.8 RAM, close to the main title. 1.5. Okay, yeah, I think this looks big enough. Okay, so this the title will be working experience. So the title, I'm going to give it what is the title? Small title. I want to give it a parent class, small title. Okay, we'll put it in here, small title, small title. I'm going to target the small title. Padding bottom of 2 RAM. I'll give it 3 RAM. Okay, I think that works. That works fine. Okay, I think I'm going to add more text to make it look good. What's going on here? right. Oh, I cannot break it. Doesn't make any sense. Oops. I don't know why I cannot break it. Let me try to break it now. It's still not breaking. Why can I not break it? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm just going to put it in one line for now, and then I'm going to figure out why I cannot break it. Okay, now save. Alright, so now we have the text. This is weird. Okay, 20%. What's going on with the width? Okay, so now, oops. Let's go back to the resume item. What else do we need? Inside the in here, inside the right content, I am going to give it a margin. Oops, in the right content, margin left, %. Width, increase this to 30%, and the margin left here to some values in rams, 3 ram or something like that. Alright, or more, or 5 ram. And then we're going to do a before. Before pseudo class content. So this is going to have a position of relative. Position relative content is going to be an empty string. Okay, so position absolute, salute, top, give it left of 0, and then top something like 15 pixels maybe, 15 pixels, and then width 0.4 ram, actually 3 ram, and then give it a background color, which is going to be our border color. It's nowhere to be found. Content, position absolute, left, width. Alright, let's see why it's not showing. it is there. Let me increase the width to 6 rem. Oh, I know why. There's no height. 2 pixels. Okay, there it is. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Margin left. Let's, instead of margin, actually need to do this as a padding. Padding left. Okay, so it goes like that. Alright, let's see what's going on. Left content width more like 50%, I think. Yeah, I think more like 50%. Width of 50%. Then change it from margin to padding. Okay, and it works. So now what we're going to do, inside the resume content, select the class resume content and select down here. So resume content, we're going to have border left. It's going to be 1 pixel solid, and then var border color. Actually, I'm going to change it from 1 pixel to 2 pixels. Alright, now we have a border left. I think we need a bit of padding. So if I give it a padding, I think that would do. Okay, so I'm going to give it a padding left. So padding left. Down here, left content, padding left, 20 pixels. Okay, that's great. So now what I'm going to do down here, instead the I can copy this resume item, whatever, 1, 2, I'll copy 2 times, 2 more times, so it looks like a timeline. But before I do that, I need to give this I think a border radius works, and padding bottom, resume item, okay, padding bottom. Actually, I don't want the last child to have a padding bottom, so not last child, not last child, padding bottom, 3 rem. Alright, I think it's working fine. So change the timelines inside the resume. You can say I don't know, you can say this one, you can be teacher because it's actually experience. You can say full stack developer, full stack developer to present, (2010) to 2017, 2017. Here maybe here's a interface designer, Google Inc. Microsoft Studios, Sussex. Alright, so now let's save. Everything should update accordingly. Okay. So this title, I'm going to give it a pseudo element, a before pseudo element. So in the resume item, yeah, actually the left content, I'm going to give it a pseudo element. It's going to be a before pseudo element. Alright. Position relative, content, empty string as usual, position absolute as usual, left 0, top, I'll give it I think a few pixels from the top, 5 pixels, and then I'm going to give it a height 17 pixels and a width of 17 pixels, width, and then border radius of 50%, border 2 pixels solid far, and then give it our border color. Our border color, something wrong, it's not fully rounded as I thought it would be. Width 17 pixels, at 17 pixels. Let me try to reduce this. What's going on here? 15 pixels. Oops, where am I? Resume. Alright, now it's rounded. Okay, I think let's see what's going on. The before left, I want it to be centered. 10, 9. Okay, let's see. Alright, I think minus 10 works fine. Alright, minus 10. Oops, what is it? Minus 10 pixels. And also we need to give it a background color. The background color should match whatever we have on the background color. So it's going to be our main, I forgot what I've named it. Styles global. What did I name it? Background color dark. Alright, okay. This, it doesn't look right, it looks a bit off. Let's see what's going on. Left content, the before, oops, before, what's going on here? You know what, forget it. You can customize it to your likings. But yeah, I think that's it for this section. Now let's go to the resume. Resume content. What I'm going to do is, in the resume content, I am going to do another small title after the resume content. Another small title, and this icon is going to be is this school? Did I name it school? It's this one here, school. Oh, did I remove? Oops, I removed the variable, didn't I? School. Yeah, this one is going to be school. I am going to copy this resume content again and then paste. Okay, seems like we have an issue. Okay, now it's gone. You know, this title, you know what, actually I am going to give this one a padding bottom. Remember, we didn't include the last child, but now I'm going to do that. Small title, not last child. You know what, I'm going to remove this pseudo class. Okay, so they all have, nope, that didn't work. Let's see why. Left and right content. So this one, padding bottom. What we need is a margin bottom, not a padding bottom. Leave the leave the padding, but we need okay, so what we need is a margin bottom. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a utility class, resume item. This one I want to put it in a utility dot utility margin margin bottom. Okay, so a utility class is just a way of adding a few styles to certain elements. So I want this last element to have that utility class with a margin bottom. So what I'm going to do now, so now back here, make sure it's not last child. All right, what I'm going to do, go to global with that utility class. I'm going to comment utilities down here. I'm going to select the utility class, margin bottom. Let's try foreign. Doesn't seem to be working. Let's see what's going on. What the hell? It's not working again. Don't know why it's not applying the class, utility class. But fear not, we're going to fix this issue. Okay. Padding top and bottom 5 frame. What is this? Okay, so this is the inner layout with padding top and bottom 5 frame. What else? And then this is the main layout. All right, makes sense. Okay, I think that's it for this section. Later I'm going to fix this spacing up here. I'm going to fix it, don't worry. Actually, let me try this this trick. Undo this. All right, save, and then this resume content, give it a new class name, utility resume margin. Alright, so now let's see if I do this. Oops, what did I give the resume margin? I want to remove this. I'm supposed to give this on the small title. Small title down here. Small title. Okay, so now down here after the small title, do a margin top for okay, that should work. Alright, we'll wrap up this video now, and I'll see you on the next one. Alright, now let's work on our portfolios page. Okay, so now before we do anything, we need to import the layouts. So we have main layout and inner layout. You know that already. From styles and then layouts. Okay, so now I'm going to main layout, and then I'm going to call the title component. We have title. We have title. Oh, title. This is going to be portfolios. Portfolios. I can't even spell portfolios. Portfolios. I think that's correct. This goes to portfolios. Okay, so now let's close the title, and now we need the inner layout. Inner layout. Okay, so before we do anything, we need to import the title from .components and then title. Okay, let's save. Go to portfolios. Okay, now we have the title and the inner layout. So what we need to do now, we're going to actually create a state value, const. This is going to be menu item, and then set menu items. Okay, which is going to be useState. Make sure you import useState from React. Okay, so before I do anything, I'm going to explain something to you. So I've created a file already for the portfolios. It's portfolios.js and the data. You know how to do this already. I've showed you how to do it already before. So you have ID, category, image, link 1, link 2, and title, and text. Okay, so you can keep adding as much as you want down here. Okay, so now I'm going to import the portfolios. Import portfolios from .data and then portfolios, and then it's going to be our menu item. It's going to be the portfolios. Alright, so down here I want to render a menu component with a prop of menu item, which is our menu item from our state. Okay, so we don't have this component yet. Inside the components, I am going to create a menu component. menu.js, and then it's going to be a functional component. So in here we're going to get the prop menu item. Okay, let's create the style const menu item styled, it goes to styled dot div. Okay, now replace the div in here. Alright, so down here I'm going to menu item. Down here I'm going to map the menu item, and then I'm going to get an item. Okay, I'm going to return a grid item. Grid item. All right. So now I have a grid item. We need a key. So key is going to be the item dot id. Okay. In here I'm going to have a class of portfolio content portfolio content. Okay, in the portfolio content I'm going to have a portfolio image. Okay, portfolio image, I'm going to have an image which is going to be our item.image. Okay, after that I'm going to have a URL. So this URL is going to contain 2 links. We need some additional links when we have on the image, so we're going to have some images pop up. Okay, so the href is going to be item dot link 1 and then link 2. Okay, actually I'm going to wrap this in an li. Okay, change this to link 2. I am going to import some icons. Import GitHub from material material UI icons, and then GitHub. You can use whatever icons you want. I think for this one I'm going to use well, do we have Pinterest? I'm not sure if we have it. I don't know how to spell it. Pinterest rest. Okay, so down here I'm going to do GitHub. Oh my days, GitHub. Okay, and close the icon. And then we have Pinterest and save. Alright, now let's refresh. there's something wrong. We're going to find out why after the icons, actually. After the portfolio's image. Oh, this UL is supposed to be in the portfolio's image. It's supposed to be in here. Okay. So now what we're going to do is after the image, I'm going to add a title, which is going to be, I'm not sure if I should make it an anchor tag, or I'll just make it a title. Actually, I'll just make it an h6 item.title. You can make it an anchor tag to lead you somewhere else, but I can just, I'm going to make it an h6. And then we have a paragraph, which is going to be item.text. Item.text. Okay, now save. Okay, menu. Menu is not defined. Import menu from dot components and menu. Alright, now we have our portfolios. Before we do that, before we do anything, let's give them some basic styling. Okay, so we have grid item, down here we're going to do display, then grid template columns, repeat. We're going to have 3 columns and then 1 FR. Grid gap. Let's give it a grid gap of 2 rem. It's just temporary. Maybe we can change it to something else later. Alright, and then we're going to target the grid item. Okay, so now for the grid item, we're not going to do any styles yet. I'm just going to give it actually, yeah, I'm not going to do any styles yet in the grid item, but portfolio content, target the portfolio content is at the grid item. Okay, so for the portfolio content, now I'm going to target the portfolio image. Okay, can you give me a second? I need to close my window. Alright, so now portfolio content. Okay, I've targeted portfolio content. So now let's start doing our styles. Okay, display, it's going to be block. Okay, and then position, it's going to be relative. Okay, and then I'm going to target the image inside the portfolio content. The image is going to have a width of 100%. Alright, so now I'm going to also, inside the portfolio content, target this UL. I'm going to hide it just for now. UL display, it's temporary, it's because it's going to get in our way. So I'm going to, oh sorry, I need to put my phone on silent. I need to hide it because it's getting in our way. Alright, now it's gone. Let's go ahead, continue the styles. Okay, so for the image, we need to give it some sort of a height, some fixed temporary height. Actually not temporary, fixed height. So height is going to be, let's try 30 vh, and then object fit is going to be cover so it doesn't stretch out. Alright, so now we have a fixed height for the images. I think we might need some padding for the text. I'm not going to give it a padding now. Actually, I think I'll do that now. So portfolio content, actually the grid item, I'm going to give it a bit of margin bottom. You see what I mean? So if I go here, if I add one more portfolio item here, I'll change the ID to 4, and then I'm going to save. Where is it? Okay, it's down here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a bit of a margin bottom. Select it. Oops. Alright, so the grid item, I'm going to give it a margin bottom, 2 rem, or I can actually just leave the grid gap to its own work. Yeah, I'll leave the grid gap as it is. Alright, so now let's do the styling for the H6. So for the H6, it's inside the portfolio content. Okay, it's inside the portfolio content. Portfolio content, I'm going to target the H6. I am going to actually change it. Okay, never mind. I'm going to change the font size. I'm going to give it 1.5 rem. Okay, makes sense. Alright, so now the portfolios are working. Now let's work on the filtering system. Okay, so inside the portfolios page, I'm going to create another state value. It's going to be button, and then set buttons. Alright, I'm going to leave it empty just for now. I am also going to bring a button component down here, create a component. Inside the components, it's going to be button.js. It's going to be a functional component. Alright, don't forget to import it up here. Import the button. Okay, so first off, I'm going to filter some data. I'm going to create a new function here, const. So this is going to be a filter function. It's going to be what am I doing? It's going to be an arrow function. I'm pretty sure you know how to do arrow functions already. Alright, so inside the filter, I'm going to say const filtered data is equals to portfolios dot filter. Alright, it's going to take in a callback function. I'm pretty sure you know that how to do that already, but we're going to use a one-line function, so we don't need to do that. We can, it already returns automatically, so we're going to return an item dot category. So we're getting a category. So if the category is equals to button, and then we're going to set menu items to whatever category we have. So it's going to be filtered data. So up here, I'm going to put a parameter, a button. Whatever value we pass in, we want to return the category with whatever value that we pass in inside our parameter. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this filter function inside the button. I'm going to say filter, because I want to access this filter function. I want to access this filter function inside the button here. Alright, so now I have the filter. I have the filter function. Alright, so when I click, I want to filter, and we also I also want to send the buttons. So right now it's empty, the buttons are empty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function, a variable. So this variable is going to be our buttons that we're going to send inside the button here, because we need the buttons for filtering the data. So it's going to be all buttons, and then it goes to an array. It's going to be an array of buttons. For example, if I have data that returns everything, we have all, and also we have let's say animation or whatever. And then in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do items, actually not items, portfolios. I'm going to return portfolios, and then dot map. So I want to only get the category data. Okay, so and then I'm going to do item, then I want to return item dot category. That's what I want. I'm going to use the spread operator to copy everything. Alright, so now we have all buttons. I'm going to put it inside the button. So now the button, we have the data for the filtering system. I'm going to send this button again inside the button. Button is equals to button. Alright, so now inside the button, I'm going to get the button. What I'm going to do is I'm going to map the button. Okay, button.map. I'm going to return a button and then an index. So for each item that you map, you have access to the index and the item and everything and all of the items. But now I only want to return the item and the index. Alright, so I'm going to return I think I'm going to use a nav link import nav link from you know what, I'll just stick to the button because this is more work. If I use a nav link, it's going, I have to do something else, which is more work. Nav link, oops, button. Okay, now we are returning a button, so the title of the button is going to be our button. Okay, now let's save. Actually, we need a key. Key is going to be the index. Okay, now let's save. Hopefully. Okay, now we have buttons. Animation. Okay, so the data, it's repeating itself. We have so many animations because in our data portfolios we have how many animations? We have animation, the category is animation, and then we have Python, only one Python data, and everything else is animation. I think I'm going to change one of these to, let's say, Python again. So we have 2 Python data and then 2 animation data. So as I refresh down here, I have 2 Python data, 2 animation data. Actually, another animation data is coming from here. I've added animation here, so we have 3 animation data. Okay, so I can remove this animation. So as you can see, now we have let me refresh. Now we have 2 Python data, 2 animation data. Okay, but the data is repeating. We don't want to have 2 Python buttons and 2 animation buttons. That's an issue. Okay, so now, but before we do anything, let's do the filtering system. So on click. So when I click the button, I want to call the filter function. So the filter function is going to have our button title. So the title is the category name. It's going to return whatever title our button is. So if I say animation, it's returning animation data. Python, anything that has to do with Python. Okay, animation Python. But if I click on all, it doesn't work. We're going to fix that. So if I go back to the portfolios page, inside the filter function, so I'm going to say if the button is equals to, if the title of the button is all, I'm going to set our menu items back to, I'm going to set the menu items back to the menu item, which is portfolios. Okay, so now after that, actually we're going to set it directly to the portfolios, to everything, because we want to return everything and then return. Okay, now save. Okay, when I click animation, Python, when I click all, it returns everything that we have in our array. But we still have an issue right here. The data is still repeating. Okay, so let's fix the issue. So the issue is, to make sure our data doesn't repeat, we're going to use a data structure called a set. If we put anything inside a set, it doesn't repeat itself. So for example, if I remove this, I'm going to say, I'm still going to say to use the spread operator, dot, because we want to copy whatever we have in our set. So new set. So whatever is inside our set, for example, if I say 1, 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2, and then 3 3, 4 4, and then 5 5 5 5 5, and then 6 6 6. So everything in here in our set is not going to repeat because we're using a set data structure. It doesn't repeat data, so it's going to return unique values. It's going to repeat only 1 and 1 2. It doesn't repeat all of these 2s, only 1 2, and then 1 3 and 1 4 and 1 5 1 5s. Let's see why it's not working. We have an issue. Oh, you know what, our category is not supposed to be numbers. It's actually strings. So if I say, for example, 1, actually 2, not 1, and then I'll say comma again, and then I'll do 2, and then I'll do 3, and then I'll do 3, and then I'll do 4. I think you get the sense. You get the sense. Okay, it's only going to return us unique values. All right. So when I save, oh, I forgot to close the, oh, never mind. Okay, save. All right, so now something's wrong. Let me see why. 2 2 2 2 3. All right, so now it's only going to return us only unique values. It doesn't it's not going to repeat the values. Okay, so what I'm going to do, inside the set, I'm going to copy the spread operator for the categories, so it doesn't return repeating data. I don't know why it's cutting letters. Let me see what's going on. New set, portfolios, dot dot. Oh, I'm not supposed to use the spread operator in here again. So now, yeah, let's save. Okay, so now it's not repeating the data anymore. Python and everything. Okay, so O is not inside our set. I can also add another O here. O is not inside our set. It's going to repeat because it's not inside our set. But if I put this O again inside our set, it's going to repeat. See, so we have 2 O's down here. It's repeating, but if I remove it, it doesn't repeat anymore. See, now we have unique values now. So now we can filter everything. Yeah, I think I'll be back on another video to style these buttons and everything. Yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, now let's do the stylings for our buttons. Okay, so styling the buttons. Okay, go to the button.js. Let's create a new style here. Const buttons styled. It's going to do styled dot button. Styled button. All right, so now replace the button with the styled. You know what, actually, I'll do buttons. I'll do button styled and then buttons styled. So make sure you give them a distinction so you know which is which. And then buttons, and then buttons, I'm going to change it from button to a div. So for the buttons, I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 2 rem. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, I'll give it, yeah, I think 2 rem is fine for the margin bottom. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a display flex, and then justify content is going to be center, and then align items is going to be center. So we're going to align everything on the center, and then we are going to have a flex wrap to wrap, just in case we have more buttons. Okay, I'm going to give it a width, actually, a width of 70%. That's the width I'm going to give it. Oops, not this one. Let me see. Inspect element, button. Yeah, actually, I'll give the buttons a width of 70%. Width of 70%, and I'll do a margin 0 and then auto to make sure it's centered. So now it's still centered. I still need to give a margin, actually, margin bottom. So for the margin bottom, I'm going to do a top and bottom here, which is 2.5 rem, and then we're going to center. Okay, now it's centered. So now what we're going to do is let's do the buttons. We're going to do outline to none, border none, background color, we need to give it a light background color. So let's go to our variables inside the global background light. Let me see if this one works. Okay, then far, and then we need also a padding 0.8 rem, and then 2 rem left and right. Okay, so our buttons, and then font size and the color, let's do inherit. Font size inherit, and then the color is going to be actually white, far, and then white color. Right, so for each button except the last element, I'm going to give it a margin right, margin right, on rem. Oops, portfolios. Okay, I think the padding for top and bottom, I'll reduce it to something like 0.5 rem. Okay, and margin right 0.5, 0.6 rem. All right, now we can filter our data, but something's missing. We need to do cursor, pointer, and hover. We need to give it a background color. It's going to be var color primary. So we also need a transition or 0.4 seconds, and then ease in and ease out. All right. What color did I give it? So it's color primary. Why is it dark? Secondary. Oh, I don't know why the color is not working. Oh, it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be primary first and then color. Okay, so now we can hover, and yeah, everything works great. I think I'll do active. I'll give it active and focus. Active. And then active, and also I think I'll do focus, background color, let's do red. This is just a temporary one. I want to see if the way I've selected the focus and active is working. Alright, it's working. Alright. Far it's going to be primary color. Okay. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Let me see this one. Oh, it's the white one. Okay. I think we're done with the buttons. Now let's add something else in the portfolios. I'll add, let's say, this is going to be JavaScript. JavaScript, and then I'll save, and then let's refresh the page. Alright, now we have a new button, JavaScript. Okay, so what we're going to do now is let's do the when I hover on this element, the parent container of the image, the portfolio, what is it? Portfolio image. When I hover the parent, I want to do a before pseudo element. So let's go back to is it oh, it's actually, where is it? Oh, it's in the menu. So I'll go back to menu. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select portfolio image. So the portfolio image, I'm going to have a before pseudo element. So it's inside portfolio content. Portfolio content. And then portfolio image. Okay, so in here for the portfolio image, I'm going to do a before pseudo element. So this before pseudo element, the content is going to be an empty string as usual. Empty string. Position of absolute. Position absolute left. So for left, I'm going to have 15 pixels, and then top 15 pixels. Okay, so for the height is going to be the calc function. It's going to be 100% minus 30 pixels, which is 15 plus 15, which is 30 pixels. Same for the width as well. Same for the width. Okay. Background color is going to be some sort of a white background color, and opacity is going to be 0.9 for now, opacity. And then I'm going to do a transform origin 0, or you can do left, whatever, and then transform, and then scale 0. Okay, so now after we finish this, background color white, so what else do we need to add here? I think maybe we can use a transition as well. 0.4 seconds is in and is out. Okay, save. Actually, we need to do a position. What's the parent container? Parent container is portfolio content. Okay, we have position relative already, so you cannot see it because of the scale. Let's pump the scale to 1. Okay, now we have the before. Okay, I think this before, I'm going to give it a height. Let me change this a height. What height did I give the image? I can't remember. Let me say 30 VH. Oops. The image. So for the top, I'm going to height. I want to see what values I'm going to calculate. Alright, so now for the height, I would say calc. So I'm going to do 100% minus so I'm going to use VH now. So left, let me do 2%, and then top 2%. Okay. %. So the width is minus 4%. Okay, so now let's do the height. Calc 100% minus, oops, I think something like 40%, I think 40%. Let me see. Oh, 44? I don't know. I can't remember. 40. Can't remember the values I've used before. You know what? I'm just going to leave it somewhere around 33%. Yeah, I'll leave it somewhere here. So for the top, I'm going to say top 4%. Okay, I'll leave it somewhere like this. Okay, I think this makes sense. So now what we're going to do is on hover, that's when we want to show this. So when I hover the portfolio image, I want to show this. Portfolio image. When I have the portfolio image, hover. When I hover, that's when I want to show this before. Now save. Alright, now it's showing when we hover. But before this one, cut this to be here. Actually, the height, these calculations should be here, and then scale. Oops. Copy scale and put it as 0 in here. Don't forget that this is a before pseudo element. Okay. Scale 0. And then the height is going to be 0. Width is going to be 0. Okay. Transition, put a transition in here as well. Transform scale, remove the scale. Okay. Transform origin, I'll say left. Okay. Now we have the hovering system. So now, when we hover, I'm going to get the UL, portfolio image UL. So when I hover the portfolio image, on the UL to have a display of block. Remember the UL was hidden, now it's coming up. So the UL is going to have a position of absolute. Okay, so it's coming down here. Okay, so I'm going to give it left 50%, top 30%, transform, translate, because I want to center, minus 50%, comma, minus 50%, and then I'm going to save. Alright, now it's right on the center, and I'm also going to give it a display of flex. So it's like this. Actually, I'm going to change this to 50% maybe. No, I'll do 40. Okay. For the UL, I'm going to target the SVG. I'm going to change the font size. To 2 RAM. So I want it to be slightly bigger. Yep. What? I'm just checking something. Okay, 2 RAM. So for the LI, I'm going to give it a background color, a temporary red color. Alright, so for the LI, I'm going to do align items here, align item center, and then justify content center. Okay, I'm going to do the same, display flex and justify content. Oops. Do the same for the LI. Right, so it's okay. Now it's centered. What we're going to do, for the LI, I'm going to give it a bit of a padding. The padding is going to be somewhere around somewhere around 2 RAM, like so. And then border radius 50%. So we want to have it rounded like this, 50%. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it I'm not going to include the last element, the last child. I'm not going to give it a margin left of 1 rem. Didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. Margin left 2 rem. Let me see why. Okay, let's do this here. Let's see. Li. Let me target the anchor tag inside the li. Still the margin is not working. Okay, let's try to do it here. Margin top and bottom 0, 2 rem left and right. Alright, 1 rem, 1 rem left and right. Okay, so I think I'm going to reduce the padding to 1 rem to make the icons look smaller, and reduce the margin here to 0.5 rem, so it looks like this, close to each other. Alright, so transform, we're going to do translate. We're going to translate the y-axis to 0. Alright, transform, translate. So now I'm going back to the UL here. In here I'm going to say minus 100 pixels, and then we're going to do transition 0.4 seconds. Oh my god, this guy is shouting. He's my housemate. 0.4 seconds, and is in, is out. Alright, now something is missing still. Transition, copy this transition again to the UL down here. Still transition is not working. Let's see why. You know, just to be safe, just copy it down here, paste it down here again. Still the transition is not working. I'm not sure why the transition is not working. UL transition. So I'm going to change the background color to var border color. I want it to be slightly gray. Oh, it's not rounded perfectly. Let me see why. So for the li, I'm going to give it a width of 2 rem. I think 2 rem works fine. Actually 2.5 rem, and then 2.5 rem. A width and a height of 2.5 rem. Three and 3. Okay, it's not centered perfectly. I think it's because of the padding the icon have. Let me see what's going on. SVG. Oh, we have an anchor tag inside the li. So in here we have an anchor tag. We want to do the display flex in the anchor tag. And also we need to do it up here. This okay, now it's centered perfectly. Okay, so now let's work on the let's check why the transition is not working. So I think we might need to edit down here, so let's see. Oh my days, still not working. But fear not, we're going to fix it later. So when we have our li, we want our background color to change to var dash dash to our primary color. Okay, background color is changing. There's a transition on the background color, but the icons are not transitioning when they're coming. Let's find out why. UL item. I'll remove this display none. Okay, copy this, remove this. Okay, now I think they're transitioning now. We still haven't fixed this hovering issue. Alright. There's something going on with the icons. So for the icons here, display none. Alright. There's still an issue. Position absolute. Oops, there's still an issue. Let's see. Let's bring back the viewer down here, up here I mean. Okay, so up here we're going to have a display of none, and then down here block. Okay, I think the oh, it's already here. I don't know why the transition is not working, but fear not, we're going to fix it later. Alright, now let's work on the icon. When we hover the li, li hover, want the SVG to have a color of a white color. Alright, I think now if you click on all these links, this should take us to external website. Okay, so now the one I've clicked, it takes us to Google. So now we can filter our data. Alright, yeah, I think that's it for this video. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, welcome back. In this video I'm going to do some minor fixes for some of the pages. For example, these links. Now let's go back to down here. It's on hover, but this position absolute is supposed to be up here. It's supposed to be up here. Okay. And then what else is supposed to be up there? I'll remove this display block and the display none up here. I'll remove it. Alright, now it should nope. Let me see what's going on here. I'll do the opacity, the background color should also, oops, not the li but the ul. You know, these tiles, they should be applied before we have this element. So I've made a mistake. I'm going to copy this li and then up here in the ul I'm going to paste the li in here. Okay, so on hover remove this. Right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change image hover ul opacity. I'm going to say 1, and then oops, opacity 0, actually 1 on hover, and then up here opacity, it's going to be 0. Alright, so I think I'll do this minus, I'll do 600 pixels. And then I'll do an overflow of hidden for the parent portfolio content. And then overflow hidden. Okay. Alright, I think that's it for the starting for the hover. Now let's work on the resume page. I need to change a few things here. Okay, so on the resume page, I'm going to resume. I think it's the resume page. Resume page. Oops, nope. I think it's resume. Yeah, it is resume. I'm going to change the title here to educational qualifications, computer science degree. Okay, so I'll say from 2019, actually 2019, 2022. Alright, and then I'll give a random school here. Churchill. Alright, and then I'm going to change the title to computer science. Actually, this is supposed to be the school name, and then A levels, and then from 2015 to 2017. Okay, or you can just say high school graduation. ABC school. Alright, now let's save. Okay, so now we also need to fix the about. We need something here. So in the about, it's got a review item. So we have the text, and what we also need below the review item. You know what? I'll fix the review in the next video, because now I need to take a break. I'm so tired. Alright, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, now I'm back. Let's work on the custom scroll bar. Okay, so go to the body, inside the global style actually. Okay, so here in the body, I'm going to do body, and then I'm going to do WebKit scroll bar. Okay, make sure you do like this, WebKit scroll bar, and then in here I'm going to give it a width of 9 pixels and a background color of we don't need to use a variable for this one, so it's this one, -38. Okay, now save. Alright, now we have a custom scroll bar. Below the scroll bar, we are going to have a scroll bar thumb. Then do it like this, scroll bar thumb, and then we're going to do border radius, a border radius of 10 pixels, and a background color of #6b, #6b, this one, Okay, and then save. There you go, we have a thumb. Now we can scroll up and down. Lastly, we need the track. So for the track, we're going to have a border radius of 10 pixels as well, and a background color of 538. Oops, I think that's it. And then save. Alright, now we have a custom scroll bar. Okay, I think that's it. Now let's get ready to work for the on the dark mode and light mode. Alright, see you soon. Okay, so now let's create our switch for toggling dark and light mode. Alright, so let's go to the app.js, and then below the lines I'm going to create a new div. It's going to be light dark mode. Alright, we're going to have left content and the right content. Alright, so I'm going to import a couple of things from Material UI. I'm going to get an icon, Material UI. I'm going to get an icon. We need a brightness. Okay, we take this icon, copy, and then we paste it down here. In the left content, we are going to put the brightness in here. After that, we need the switch. Okay, the switch. Here the switch is. Okay. So I'm going to use an extension that I'm using for Material UI snippets. I'm going to create a switch. Okay, it automatically imports the switch from Material UI. Okay, I'm going to comment the value inject for now. Right, now save. Let's see. We have an error. Identify switch has already been declared. Alright, notice this issue. We have a switch coming from React, and we also have a switch coming from Material UI. So what we're going to do, inside the React switch, I'm going to import the switch as switching, so it doesn't have the name switch, so I can change the name from switch to switching. Okay, so down here I'll just change from switch to switching. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is save. Hopefully we should have no errors now. Okay, we're good to go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this light dark mode. I'm going to the MainContent. I'm going to do a position absolute, right 0, and then top. I'm going to give top 10%, and then background color red for temporarily, and then a width 6 rem, and then a height of 3 rem. Okay, now let's save. Actually, I'm going to give this a z index of 15 and save. Okay. Reduce this to 2 rem. Actually 2.5, and then this one's 6.5. Alright, now I'm going to give it a display of flex. display flex, align items, center. Okay, so we also need to give it justify content space between. Okay. Actually, I'll do a center. I'll give it a justify content on center. Let's inspect. Display flex, align items, center. Alright, now let's do the SVG as well. So in here I'm going to target the SVG, display flex, align items to center, and everything should be centered fully. Okay, I haven't used Material UI before, so I'm going to look at how to start this switch. Let me see how to style it. Size, we can change the size as well. So what we're currently using, I think it's the small one. Let's try to see if there's medium size. There's a size prop. Size, let's try. I think we have a medium size, so okay, I think this is medium. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the background color to, where's my global style? Global styles. Okay, so I'm going to try to change this to a light background color. Background color light 2, this one. So what I'm going to target is the left, actually no, the light. The light, I'm going to do the background is red. I'm going to do far and then paste this one here. Yeah, could do this color. And then the brightness, SVG, I'm going to do font size 1.4 rem and maybe 1.67. Okay, I'll give it a color. Let me try white color. Yep. Oops. Var, then white color. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay, it always stays there. It always stays top 10%. Actually, it's not staying there. Let's give it a position. Actually, never mind. I'll just leave it there. I'll leave it there. Instead of giving it a fixed position, I'll just make it stay there. We can scroll down with it, it doesn't matter. Alright, what's going on this about page? There's something fishy going on. Something fishy. Now let's find out why it's changing positions. Alright, why is it changing positions? Main content styled. Okay, I think I know why. You know what? Remove. Oops. Take it out of the. Take it out of the main content and put it outside below the sidebar. Okay. Below the sidebar, and then cut these styles. Cut. Okay, cut, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go to global style, and then we're going to put a comment, floating toggler. Okay, and then save. Okay, now it's always on the same position, but I think what we could do is we can give it a fixed position. Dot theme. Okay, put it on theme. Now I'm going to grab this theme, and then the theme is going to have a position of fixed. Nope, we have an issue. Let's see why. So the child is position absolute, the parent is position fixed. Nope, that's not it. Okay, so now we can give it position fixed instead of absolute. Down here, change from absolute to fixed. Okay, so now the position is going to stay there. We can scroll, we can do whatever, it's just going to stay there. Alright, that's it for the icon. I'll be back with the I'll be back and then we're going to start doing the light and dark theme. Alright, now let's set up the dark theme and the light theme. So go to global style, below the root element. I'm going to create a new class. It's going to be light theme, and then we're going to have a dark theme as well. Dark theme. Alright, so for the dark theme, for the dark theme, I'm going to copy all these colors that we have. These are the dark theme colors. And then for the light theme, I'm going to also put those dark theme colors. The reason why is because our variables, we are using these variable names inside our CSS, so we need to keep these names the same all the way, because if we change the name, the colors are not going to match and we're going to get an error. So we need to make sure these variables stay the same. What we're going to do is just to swap up the colors. So these colors are the dark theme, and then the light theme, we're just going to swap the colors to put the light colors. So for the blue primary color, I'm just going to change it to a black color. Okay, so the black color that we want is going to be some form of an RGB. Okay, so I'm just going to paste the colors here. So this is a dark color. So the primary color for the dark for the light theme is going to be dark. The primary color light, I forgot which one it is, but we'll figure out when. The secondary color, which one is secondary color? We'll figure it out. So this is the primary. Oh, this is the primary color. The primary color is going to stay the same. Actually, it's going to stay the same, but the white color is the one that's going to be a dark one. So our color white color is going to be a dark one. The border color, I'm going to change the border color to a different color. So the border color is going to have like some form of a white color. Alright, so now I'm looking for a color to put for the border. Okay, so yeah, the border color, I think I'm going to, what is the border color? I'm going to put this one, some form of a white color. And then for the sidebar color, it's going to have a different color. Sidebar. And then as for the main background color, background light color, background dark color, the background dark color is going to have this one, this color as well, background light color. And then white color, the border color, for the border, where's the border color? Border color actually is this one for the border. Okay, now I think we've changed the main colors that we want to. So this is the light theme and dark theme. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment out the root. Alright, now save. Everything is going to be different because I've removed the root. So the root is gone. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to the body. I think it's the body that I need to add the class is goes to, I think, is it dark theme. Alright, now we have a dark theme. Let's see if I put light theme. Okay, this is our light theme. I think let's see what we need to change again. We still need to change the font color to a black color as well. We need to change a lot of stuff. So yep, we need to change a lot of stuff. Okay. Now let me look for a darker color. So let me change for the light theme. Where's the font color? I'll change the font color to this one. Let's see what we have. All right, now we have a darker color. Okay. Oops. So this is the dark one. All right. So now let's just change only what we've done so far. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to the app.js. I'm going to create a state. Oh, don't mind this. We're going to create a state value. It's going to be const. Yeah, it's going to be theme, and then set theme. We're going to use a use state. I'm pretty sure you know how to use the use state already. So now what I'm going to do inside the use state, by default I want to have a dark theme. By default, a dark theme. Okay, so I want to start with the dark theme, right? Something's wrong. I've put something here before. I'll remove this. This isn't supposed to be here. Don't worry. I was just messing around. Okay. So by default, I want to start with a dark theme, alright? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call a use effect. It's going to render every time our component re-renders. So use effect is going to take a callback function. Alright, so by default I want to have a theme which is the dark theme, the default theme. Okay, which we set to dark theme already. Alright, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to do document. I want to select the document element, and then dot class name. This is similar to vanilla JavaScript. I'm pretty sure you know how to do this already if you know JavaScript. And then we're going to set the class to theme when we start the page. By default it's going to have a dark theme. Okay, and then I'm going to save. So alright, voila, now we have a dark theme. Okay, so I'll see you on the next video, part 2, and then we're going to work on the light theme. Okay, welcome back. Now let's work on the light theme. Okay, so by default we're going to start with the dark theme, and then we're using the use effect because we want the duck theme to load as long as the page loads. So that's why we're using a use effect as well. That's when we want to apply the theme, which is the duck theme, when the page loads. But now let's create a function. So because we want to be able to toggle the duck theme using this button here, the switch here. So it's going to be const theme toggler. Then it's going to be an arrow function. Oops, an arrow function. Okay, so I'm going to create another state value here, const. It's going to be checked for the switch, and then set checked. And then we're going to do a use state. Okay, don't forget to import the use state up here. Actually, I'm gonna copy these values. I'm going to put them at the top. Makes sense to put them at the top. Okay. Alright, so inside the theme toggler, I'm going to say if the theme is equals to if it's the light theme, if it's the light theme, if the class is light theme, I'm going to set the theme. I'm going to change it to dark theme. Okay. And then also I'm going to call the set checked function. So if the dark theme is going to be, we don't need the strings, it's going to be false. Oops, false. By default, I want the check to be false. Okay, it's going to be false, and then else. I guess you know already what we're going to do. Else change the dark theme to light theme and change from false to true. Okay, so now what we're going to do down here, I'm going to remove the onChange. Okay, and then the checked, I'm going to put the checked state value, and then I'm going to call the onClick function. So onClick, I'm going to run the theme toggler, and then save. Alright, now we can toggle between light and dark theme. Okay, so now what we need to do is to finish doing the colors, because we haven't finished doing the colors yet. We need to fix these colors. Okay. Alright. Resume. Let's see what we need to work on first. I think the buttons are fine. Okay. Let's see down here. Okay. Okay. Now we have our first issue. This one, it's white, however, so we want this one to stay white. Okay, what variable are we using on this one? Okay, let me double check inside the blogs what variable we are using. Blogs page. So the title is using the white color. Okay, so it's using the white color. I want it to stay white on the dark mode. actually, no, we don't want to stay white. I want to change the color of the blogs. Okay, so for the blogs, what color am I using? Background dark gray. So let me look for a light color. Okay, background dark gray. Go to the variables, the global. Where the heck is it? Alright, I'm looking at it. Okay, so for the light theme, I'm going to look for dark gray. This one, it's going to change. Now save. Okay, it's fixed. Now what else do we need to fix? Do we need to fix the portfolios? No, we don't need to fix anything in the portfolios. Actually, I need to do something before I finish. Oh, actually, these icons, I think they're fine. Alright, I need to fix something before I go inside the home page. I'm going to put a comma here. Okay, and then before I go, I'm going to the sidebar. Oops, I need a space here. I'm going to go to the sidebar, go to components, sidebar. I'm going to do overflow of hidden. Okay, so for the sidebar, yeah, this have effect, it doesn't overflow the sidebar. Okay, so we're going to fix this issue where the hover, the before element is covering the title. We're going to fix it later, don't worry. Okay, so yeah, I think that's it for the light and dark theme. I'll see you on the next video, and then we're going to start doing our media queries. Alright everybody, now we're back to do some media queries. Alright, let's open VS Code, and now let's run the project. Okay, alright, there we go, we have the project. Also, yeah, don't forget to change the colors of the particles to a dark color so it shows on light theme. Okay, alright, so now what we're going to do, we are going to hide this on 11, yeah, something like this, 11,200. I'm going to hide the sidebar. So inside the global, I'm going to do some global media queries. Global media queries. Okay, so in here I am going to go to the sidebar. Actually, I have to do the media queries in here for the sidebar. Okay, at media and actually it's at media screen and max width. So our max width is going to be 11,200. 11 oops, 11 200 pixels. I want the sidebar to translate. Actually, I want to translate only the x-axis minus 100%. Alright, now the sidebar is gone. Why is it not coming back? I'm not sure why it's not coming back. 11,200. Oops. It's not supposed to be 11,200. It's supposed to be 1,200. Alright, now it's back. Now it's gone. Now it's back. Now it's gone. Now it's back. Okay. So now copy this media query. We're going to go to the app.js. In here, the main content, we have a margin left of 16.3 RAM. So at media screen, and the max width is 1200 pixels, I am going to do a margin left of 0 pixels, of 0. Okay, done. Cool. Okay, so I think I'm going to actually add a transition for the sidebar. Transition or point, or you can add a cubic bezier. Remember what we've done before. Alright. Okay, there it is. Okay, so now we need something else again. We need to add a hamburger menu. We have material UI, or we can design our own menu. Material UI. Actually, I'm gonna go to the icons. I need a menu. Okay, I'll copy this menu. Alright, I'm gonna go to the app.js. In here, I'm going to import the menu. Import the menu icon. Okay, so for the menu icon, what I'm going to do is up here, below the theme, I'm going to say hamburger menu. In here, I'm going to create something called an icon button from Material UI. Icon button. Alright, in here I'm going to do a menu. menu icon. Alright, so now I'm going to select this hamburger menu. Now you can do it below the lines. Actually, it's not inside the main. We can do it inside the global. Nav toggler. Okay, in here I'm going to do position absolute, right 10%, top. For the top, I think you can do 20%. Actually, top. I don't want to conflict. I don't want to this hamburger menu to conflict against the light theme button. I want this to actually only show when the media query is at a certain I'll copy this media query. I want this to show at this media query. Okay. So the top I'll do also 10%. Okay, so if the max width is 1200, I want to show this. All right. Oh, it's up here. There's something going on. Hold on. Okay, put this outside. Okay, put it outside. Okay, there it is. And then I'm going to give it a z index of actually 15, so we can click it. All right. Top, I'm going to say 5%. Okay, yeah, it's too small. Then I'm going to target the SVG in here. I'm going to say font size 3 rem. Actually, I think it's a good idea to put it next to the dark theme. So in the home, actually the app, where is the dark theme? Oops, it's actually in the global. The dark theme, I'm going to do top 5% as well, so I can put them next to each other. top 5%. Top 5%. I don't know why they are not next to each other. Oh, I see why. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is top 5%. I'll do top 3%. Alright, yeah, I think 3% works fine. Top. What am I looking at? 3%. 3%. What a disaster. I'll put the dark theme down below actually. Top. I'll do 25 or 35%. Yeah, or actually 50% for that matter. We can do that as well. Okay. So the right. What did I give for right? So for this one, I'll do 5%. Yep, right 5%. Okay. So now let's work on the click. So when I click, I want to also you notice we have an animation when we click here. So this is coming from Material UI. We're using the icon button. That's where this effect is coming from. Okay, so now let's do on click const nav toggle, and then set nav toggle. We're going to use state. By default, it's going to be false. Okay. I'm looking for the switch. Actually, no. I'm looking for the icon button. On click. So on click, what we're going to do, I'm going to run a callback function. So when we click it, I'm going to change the state value from false to true, or from true to false. I'm going to change the set nav toggle. Set nav toggle. It's going to be not nav toggle. It's going to change back and forth. So now let's see if our state is working. I'm going to press F12. I'm going to go to here to components up. Alright, so click, it's toggling true and false and true. Our state is working. Okay, it's toggling. So now let's go to the hamburger to the sidebar. Okay, so in the sidebar I'm going to say class name is equals to so the class name I'm going to say is nav toggle true. If nav toggle is true, I'm going to add a class. It's going to be nav toggler. Else, if it's not true, I'm going to add nothing, no class. Alright, so inspect, let's see the sidebar. I'm not sure which one is this side, but I think it's this one. Alright, our toggling is not working. Let's see why. Alright, it's not working. Let's see why. The sidebar. Sidebar styled. Alright, oh, I think I know why. I'll be back on another video when I figure out how to make it work, because I'm not ready to go through the process of how to make it work, so I need to prepare for that. So I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Now since we're not using state management, we're not using Redux or context API, we're going to have to pass our state as a prop. So now down here in the sidebar, I'm going to pass in the nav toggle, because we want to access this state value, the nav toggle, inside the sidebar. So in here we're going to get the nav toggle, so class name, class name is equals to it's actually $, then nav toggle. This is a ternary operator. So to get more information about how to use this, just go on Google or YouTube to just search ternary operator. You see how to use it. So if the nav toggle, if it's true, the state value is true, I'm going to add a class. If it's true, so this is going to be nav toggle if it's true, and then else, if it's not true, I'm going to remove the class, which is just add empty string, and then save. Let's see if our state is working. Okay, let's right click on the sidebar. Alright, now it's working. We have the nav toggle class. There it is. It's toggling nav toggle back and forth. Okay, so the nav toggle class, the nav toggle sidebar styled. Alright, for the nav toggle, I'm going to the global style. Down here, I'm going to do nav toggle transform, translate, I am going to bring back the sidebar, I think 0 or 1, 0, no, okay, it's coming back. Okay, but when we toggle, okay, now it's toggling, but what we want, so it doesn't toggle because here, because it's out of the range that we want to toggle the navbar, but in here we're in the range, we can toggle it. But I want to change the Z index of the sidebar, Z index to something like 20. Alright, it's working as we expect. Okay, okay, I'm also going to add this Z index to the sidebar down here as well when we're translating backwards. Okay, alright, now it's working, but we're going to have to decrease the width depending on the screen size of the sidebar. Okay, okay, I'll end it here for the sidebar. On the next couple of videos, we're going to work on the font size and other pages as well. Alright, that's it. I'll see you next time. Now let's work on the about page media queries. Okay, press F12 so we can see the size. Okay. I think, yeah, around here on 1000 pixels. On 1000 pixels inside the about page. (1000 pixel). We're going to do at media screen and max width. Our max width is going to be 1000 pixels. Okay, actually I'm going to cut this. Now I want to look at the image section. That's where we want to do the media query. In the image section, in here, I'm going to do flex direction and then column. Alright, so now we have a column flex direction. Okay. And also the left content, I'm going to have a margin bottom to rem. Alright, makes sense. Now we need to target these flex items. We also need to do a column flex direction as well. So, now let's go to the service card. Actually, service section, isn't it? Service card, mid card, services. Alright, now in the services, in here, we are going to do flex direction column. Okay. And then this dot mid card margin 0. Let's see what's going on here. Top and bottom 0, left and right 0. There's still a margin here. I'm trying to remove the margin, but it's not going away. Top and bottom, I'm going to do to rem, and then left and right 0. It's not going away. I want to remove this margin here in the mid card. We're going to fix it later, don't worry. Alright, now top and bottom we have 2 rem. Okay. So now instead of doing flex for the these items, I'll do a grid to make it much more easier. And then alright, grid template columns, repeat, and then 3 1 FR. Now we have a grid. We can give it a grid gap. Actually, let's just do a grid gap. Of 2 rem. Did we have 2 rem before? 1.5. 1.5. Alright, I'll leave it 1.5. Now remove the mid card. It's not necessary anymore. Okay, so when it's 811, actually let's say somewhere between 950, so 950. So for 950 I want the grid I want to have 2 items. Alright, now we have 2 items. Once I reach 700, I want to have actually I'll go 650. Once I reach 650, I want to have 1 item. Okay, 650. Alright, now we have 1 item finally. Okay, same goes for the reviews. Okay, copy this media query and then go to review section. In the reviews we're going to do display grid. We can keep it flex actually. No. In here we do flex direction, column, just change it to grid. Template, columns, repeat. We are going to have 2, 1 FR. And then down here we change it to 1. Okay, why is there space? There is a margin left which we don't need. We're going to remove it, don't worry. We're going to do grid gap 1.5 RAM. Now I'm going to what's going on? 1.5 RAM. Display grid. Now let's see, review item. Position relative. remove this, the margin. Okay, I think we need to give it a width. Width 100%. No effect. Let's see why. Actually, we need to tag the review item with 100%. Alright, now it's working. So I think the about page is complete. We're going to do the font later. The about page is complete. Okay, now let's go to the resume page. On the resume page, on 700, I want to change this grid item to one row. Okay, review. Now let's go to the resume page. Actually, what I need is skills. In here, I'm going to do at media. You already know what we're going to do. At media and max. Nope. At media screen and max width. It's going to be 700 pixels. We are going to do we're going to have one column. Alright, so now we have one column. Okay, so now let's go down here. Let's fix the timeline. Okay, we're going to fix the timeline later when we fix the font size. Okay, so now let's go to the portfolios page. F12. Around here, 920. Portfolios, where is it? Portfolios. Can't seem to find it. Hold on. Portfolios page. Okay. So in the portfolios page, I need to do the menu. So for the menu, portfolio content, display grid. Okay, here I want to do at media screen and max. Oops. Make sure, there's a space between and the max width. It's 920 pixels, I think. 920 pixels here, but we need 2 items instead of 3. Okay, now we have 2 items. Somewhere here, 670, we are going to have 1 item. 670. Okay, we need to fix these buttons as well. Okay, so as for the buttons, I'm going to the buttons is in button, actually is a button, yep, button JS. In here I'm going to give the button margin bottom 1.2 rem. Okay, so now we have a nice margin. Actually I want it to be the same as this space. Padding, margin bottom 0.6 rem. I'm going to give the margin bottom to 0.6 rem. 0.6, so I want it to be consistent. Alright, should be the same. Okay, now the buttons are working. We're going to do this font later, don't worry. Alright, so now we finished with the portfolios page. Now let's go to the blogs page. This one is very easy and quick. Oh, we need to fix this hamburger menu, so we need to make it disappear. Don't worry, we'll fix it. So here I'll do 770. Okay, 770 menu skills. What we need is the blogs page. So for the blogs, on 770 at media, screen and max width, so this one is going to be 770 pixels. I am going to change it to 1 and we're good to go. Okay, now let's go to contact. What the heck is contact? Okay, so about well, at about this size, 978, I want to contact page at media, screen and max width 978 pixels. You see how easier it is if you use a grid. It's easier to make everything responsive. Alright, so now voila. Okay, now we need to add a margin bottom on the button. Okay. Button. Left content. Where's left content? We have right content, left, and then right. So for the left content, we have the form, we have the label, alright. I'm looking for this button here, form field, form button, class form button. Alright, so form field, after the form field we have form button. We're going to have margin bottom of 2 rem. Copy this. We want this margin in the media queries. Okay, now we should have the margin bottom. What's going on? Why am I zoomed in? I don't know why I'm zoomed in for some reason. Okay, now it's alright. Now we have a margin bottom. Actually, I think I'm going to increase that from 2 rem to 3 rem to distinguish it, these different sections. Alright. Now okay, we need to work on the text. Now we finished the contact. Let me assure you that now the website is responsive. Alright, here's the website. We need to fix a minor issue, the text. Okay, so if I go to the home page, working, about page, responsive, resume page, responsive. We're going to fix the text very soon, don't worry. Responsive, portfolios. Okay, everything works fine. Alright, blogs, everything works fine. Okay, and contact. Alright, I think that's it for the media queries for now, and then I'll see you on the next video. Alright, now let's finish our media queries. I don't think I'm going to be doing the animations in this series. I'm going to make a part 2 where I'm going to focus on animations only. Remember, we've installed a library, Intersection Observer API. We were supposed to use it for the animations, but I'll do another video for that later. Alright, let's finish our media queries. So now I want to hide this beggar menu. So I'll go to the global styles, this beggar menu. I'm going to do display none. display none, and then I want to show this bigger menu. Was it 1200? What's going on with this error? Let me see. It's just a fake error. Okay, 1200. That's when I want this hamburger menu to show. Hamburger menu. So dot hamburger menu. Alright, I want this hamburger menu to have a display of block. Okay, now let's save. Let's refresh. Alright, so now it's showing. As long as the sidebar disappears, the hamburger menu shows up. Okay. Alright, now let's do the text. Let me go to the portfolio section. I don't know what's going on with this error here. I'm pretty sure I have a duplicate key inside the data portfolios. Yeah, I have a duplicates. Okay, now I'm going to save so we don't have duplicates anymore. Alright, so now, okay, now what I need to worry about is the font size. So I'm going to the title. Where the heck is the title component? So now I'm going to I need to see the size of the okay, let me see the size. So roughly hold on a second. F12. So roughly, okay, at this size, that's when I want to decrease the font size. So it's 620. So for the what's the title? After I want to decrease the span font size. So at media, screen, and max width. It's going to be this one, 620 pixels. I want the font size to be somewhere around, let's say, 4M. Alright, okay, now it's 4M. Okay. And also I want to change the main layout. I want to change the padding here. Alright, I'm going to decrease the font again. So it's 496. 496. 496. The font is going to be 3rem. I'm going to copy this 496. Oops. I'm going to copy this 496 as well. I'll put it in the H2. In here, I'm going to decrease the font as well. So the font size is 3.1 rem. I'm going to say 2.8 rem. Alright, save. now the font size is smaller. Now on 400, actually, yeah, 400 or 370. I'm going to do 370 as well. 370. I think 370 will be our last size. I'm not going to do further than that. We'll say 2 rem. Let me see how it looks. Yeah, 2 rem makes sense. And then I'm going to decrease the span as well. So the span, I'm going to decrease the font size from 3 rem to 1 rem. Oops. 4, 3, actually 2 rem. Alright. I'm not gonna go further than that. Okay. Now let's look at other pages. About. Alright, so now what we need to do is change the main layout. Okay, so right about here, 642. I'm gonna go to the styles, layouts, the main layouts. I'm going to change the padding. So at media screen, and max width is equals to 642 pixels. Here the padding is going to change from 5 rem, let's say 4 rem. Alright, now we have more padding. Okay, right about here I'm going to change the padding again. So 514, actually, or 510. I'm going to change the padding again. 510 from 4 rem to 3 rem. Okay. Alright, I think this makes sense. Okay, let me see if we have any issues. The resume page, do we have any issues here? Yeah, we do have issues. The font, we'll fix that. Portfolios, do we have issues? No, we don't. Then blogs, do we have issues? No, we do not. And contact, yeah, we do have issues, but we're going to fix it. Alright, now let's go to the let's go to the responsive. Okay, on this size, I think I'm going to change the font size. 542. 542. How much width do we have for the form field? Okay, we're going to decrease the width for the form field. Let's see the right content. Okay, for the right content, I think we're going to reduce the padding of left and right. Okay. No. Left padding. What are we using here? Display flex. Okay, we're going to hold on a sec. So what we need to go is to the contact page. Now for the form contact section, for the form we're going to do at media screen and max width. So it's this number in pixels. Width, I'll change the width to 70%. Alright, so now we're going to work on these items down here. Alright, these items, actually, I think I'm going to put them in a grid so we can make them responsive easily. So right content, where's the right content? I'll do display grid, and then grid template columns is going to be repeat 1FR. Actually we need 3. We don't need 3 columns, we need 1 column, 1FR. Okay, now we have them as a grid item. Okay, I don't know why they got bigger, but it's fine. Alright, so now I am going to change the width. Right content width 100% is not working, so width I'll put 80%. Oops, let me try 60%. Left and right. Oh, it's supposed to be in the right content. Right content. Okay, let's see what right content is. This is right content. Width try 70%. Let me see what it looks like. Okay, so we want to apply 70% on this screen size. Where is it? On this screen size. Actually, you know what? I think I am going to remove all of the padding. Go to the layouts, .571 padding 2.4 RAM. So I think I'll comment this out. You can do whatever feels good for you. All right. Okay, bring back the width to 100% for the form. Bring it back to 100%. You know what? I'm not going to sweat it anymore. You can keep adding media queries as you like. I'm going to stop here. Now let's do the font. Okay, I think I'm going to try to maintain the margin top and bottom. So top and bottom I'm going to do 2 RAM. Try to maintain that. 2 RAM. Okay. Alright. You can add as many media queries as you want, but I'm going to stop here. And now, oops. Now let's work on this sidebar. Alright. So the sidebar, you know what, I'll keep this width for the sidebar. It's fine for me, but you can change the width or whatever whenever you want with the media queries. You know how to do that already. So now let's see if we have any issues for the media queries before I go. The font still looks fine. Oops, yes, the resume, where we need to reduce the font size. And also the spacing for the before pseudo element. Alright, so around here, 421. So I'll go to the resume. Resume page, and then resume. I said the components. Okay. So what do I need to target now? Resume item. I need to tag a resume item. Alright, so I'm here in resume item. In here I'm going to target the media screen and max width how many pixels are they? 421. Pixels, and then I'm going to change the font size to 90%. Alright, let me try to change the values maybe from 90% to, let's say, 60% maybe. Okay, let me try to change it more. You can always change this font size to whatever makes you feel comfortable. I'm not sure if this font size is changing, or I can't tell the difference, but let me double check again. Or we can try to do it in the global. Let me try to do it here, but it's going to affect other font sizes as well. Let me see. It's not working. Let me see why. You know what, because I'm not targeting the I'm not targeting any element. Let's go back to the resume item. I need to target some elements. I'm going to target the paragraph. Oh my days, this guy's laugh. He's making a lot of noise. He's my housemate. I'm going to target the paragraph. And what else do I need to target? And H6, H5, H6. H5 and H6. And then I'm going to say font size 80%. Did it work? I'm not sure. Okay, I think I'm going to cut this video for now because this guy is making a lot of noise. I'm going to cut this. I will be back in a bit. Okay, so now let's fix some small issues before I go. Alright, now I'll go back to VS Code. I'll go to the navigation. Oops, my phone is not on silent. I'll go to the navigation. In navigation, I'm going to look for the link. Remember, we have this issue here when we have the item. Alright, so now go to the link. Change the on hover. We're going to change the color from primary color to white color, and then let's save. Let's see, when we hover it's white, but you see we have the issue. So we want this before element to be below our parent element. So what I'm going to do is this before element, I'm going to do a z index of -1. Alright, so now the issue is not there anymore. Okay, so now let's see if we have any more issues. Okay, now let's fix the warnings that we have. Green is used but never defined. Let me see why I have green. So if I go to the contact page, actually the global, Do I have green in here? Green? No, green? There's no green in here. So let me see. Okay, down here, inner layout, resume page. Inside the resume page, I'm looking for the title. It's not used in here, and the inner layout is not used in here, so I'm going to save. Okay, main layout is never used in skills.js. Skills, let's remove everything that we're not using. Alright, and green is never used. Particle.js. Where the heck is Particle.js? Particle. Let me look for particle. Yeah, right here. Let's find green. Do we have green somewhere? Oh, this green is supposed to come from material UI colors. Okay, I'll remove it. Now we have one warning. The warning is set buttons. We don't need to do anything with set buttons. Just leave it as it is. And then now, do we have any issues for the media queries? Okay, I'm going to change the font size a little bit for the main homepage. So I'll go to the homepage. I'll copy this. So for the homepage, it's homepage. Where is it? Oh, I'm in contact page. I'm supposed to be in the homepage. Alright, so in here I'm going to change the h1 at a certain width. I'm going to change the h1. So the h1 is going to have font size, I'll say, I don't know, 80%. Okay. Oh, I don't know why it's too small. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it in RAM. So typography. So the H1 is inside the typography. But I do not see it here. Span. I do not see it here. Alright, let me see where it is. Global styles. Span. Okay, it's right here. So I guess I have to do the media queries in, I'll have to do it in the global. Alright, so I'll do it here. In here I'm going to do font size from 4 rem to I'll do 2 rem. Same as the span. Huh? Let me see why. Okay. Alright, now let's save. Let's reduce the width. Hopefully, yep, the font size is smaller now. I think 2 rem is too small. I'll do 3. So 3 rem. Alright, so now, okay, fine with me. Now let's go to the portfolios page. Contact. Oops, resume page. In here, you can put this navigation position to fixed actually. So in here, you're gonna have to do a media query for the spacing here, and for this before pseudo element. I think you have to do that on your own. You know how to do that already. Okay, so I don't want to waste any more of your time. Alright, now do we have any issues? We only have the set buttons issue. Alright, so now what else do we need to do? Oh, in the resume page, actually in the about, in the reviews, I was supposed to add some names below here on this this thing here. I was supposed to add some names. You can do that. I think you know how to do that already. So I don't have any more time to add some names down here. You can also create a separate data file for the reviews instead of what I did doing it as a fixed review. You can create a data file. So when you implement dragging, when you want to drag these reviews, you can use that data to do that. You can add as many reviews as many reviews as you want, and then it's going to keep expanding. So if for example, if I go to the blogs data, we have only 4 blogs now. If I go to the blogs data, what I can do is inside the blogs, I can add another blog down here and put a comma and put the ID of 5 ID, and then now we have another blog down here. It's gonna keep expanding according to how much data you add. So you can just create a data for the reviews, so you can add as many reviews as you want, and then it's just going to keep expanding accordingly. But I think you know how to just to do the design for the review item, so I don't need to show you anything else anymore. Alright, I think that's it for the videos, and then I think in the future I'm going to make some videos as well to do the animations using the intersection of Zeva API, but I'm not going to do that now because I have limited time to make these videos. I think this video is going to be around 10 hours or 9 hours, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's it. I will make some videos in the future. If you have any questions, just ask me and then I will answer you. Alright, see ya.